Thank you, Mandy. First off, thank you. For those of you that don't know me, I'm for the program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And this is going to be a weird experience as a presenter. I'm talking into a microphone that's not amplifying anything for you, but it is helping them hear us online. So, Brett, do you want to do a real quick recap of how to use these?
So, first of all, good morning. I'm Brett Estes. I am the North Coast Regional Rep for DLCD, and I'm going to give everyone in the room a little tutorial on how the sound system works today. So, for everyone online to be able to hear, we need to use the microphones that are in front of you. There's no mics in the room otherwise. Also, we're going to ask that when the mics are not in use, that you turn them off. So in front of you, there's going to you have your mics, and there are two different mic systems here today. There are some that have a switch that you just flip towards you whenever you want to speak. When you're done, flip it back. And then there's another set of mics that have a button, and you just need to push and hold, and then the mic will turn green. And when you're done talking, push and hold, and the mic will turn red. And just ask that you just turn them off when you're done, so we don't get extra feedback for the people online.
More time, you can hear us all right? Okay. And if I'm projecting into the room, am I screaming into your ears? Okay. Ev always tells me the truth, so I believe her. So we're going to kick off today. Before I hand it over to Kirsten Green, the Deputy Director for the department, I just want to do a real serious thank you to the City of Florence and Wendy for making this happen. And you're like, well, why did the City of Florence have to make this happen? As many of you may have seen, we have a travel restriction in place for state employees. And we'd already been talking about hosting this, about having this meeting. Wendy had reached out, said, come on, guys, we need to see each other in person. We need to see people. And we agreed. And then the restriction came out, and Wendy and her team at the city offered to pay for this space. And so that's why we get to be here today. And I just would like you all to thank Wendy for that. Now she's probably mad at me for calling her out, but um, it's a weird time, and it's things like this that help keep the weirdness at bay. And so we're really happy to be able to be down here today with all of you. I'm going to have just a quick introduction of what the agenda is going to look like. Then I'm going to pass it to Kirsten. So we'll do welcome and introductions, and that's Kirsten and I. We're going to do the roundtable first. So for those of you that have been to these before, you know we've tried a little bit of everything. We're going to do these first today, see if that's a better time to make sure that we get to hear from all of you, because that's extremely valuable to us, but it's also really valuable for all of you to hear from each other. And then we're going to have some folks talk to us about the housing legislation that's come out. They're going to be online with us today. Then we'll go to lunch. And then Mandy, can you just scroll down so we can see the rest of the agenda? Thank you. And then we're going to have a Rocky Habitat Projects update, coastal public rules, access rulemaking. Just, we want you guys to be aware of this. We're going to talk about local government planning coordination, and Jill's going to lead that conversation with Coos County. And then we've got just a quick update on the state wetlands inventory. A follow-up to the coastal resilience workshop, which I think a lot of you folks were able to attend. And then we'll adjourn. We're shooting for 3. I may ask, depending how many questions and things there are, we might go just a little bit over that, because I want to make sure that since we're all here online and in person, that you get your questions answered. So to the extent that we might have to squish over the line of 3 o'clock. You know, hopefully you guys can stick with us. And then we're going to have a couple breaks in there, and there's a lot, not a lot, but there's food out there. We've got fruit and little nibblies. So there's sodas and water out there. So please help yourself, take care of yourself, go eat and go grab food and come back in. And then we're going to start with Kirsten, and then we'll move into the introductions after that. So Kirsten, it's yours.
Thank you, everybody. Brett, is my sound okay? Can you guys hear me all right? Anybody?
And yep, you sound great.
Thank you. Thank you. And Spotlight, I lost Brett. Really nice to be in this room with you all esteemed leaders this morning. I'm Kirsten Green. I serve as the department's deputy director and also tribal liaison. Director Bateman had a late breaking conflict, and since deep apologies for not being here. We've wanted to be here for a long time with you. And I'm not sure Director Bateman has ever been able to come help Lisa kick off one of these. So it's in our heart. So please feel that virtual presence, and she or I will be here as we can at every meeting. And just want to underscore Lisa's appreciation of the City of Florence for hosting, and those that lifted and carried and planned and traveled to be here. What an amazing convening. I'll get out of the way as quickly as possible so I can get to roundtable. I'll switch to a phone just to listen into that, because I be taking a kiddo to school. But from the agency's perspective, Lisa's right. Of course, these are challenging times. Anyone who's been in Oregon for any period of time, including through COVID, knows that we've been through some very challenging times before. In COVID, we faced 34% budget cuts. So this is not that bad. We did start off the biennium $1 million in the red. So the biennium just started on July 1, and due to some vacancy savings calculations and some other one-time appropriations that agency need to include in their budget, we did start out deeply in the hole. So the travel restriction, except for regional representatives, is an important part of that. So we just try and participate via remote when we can. Just a few notes. Again, just thanks for everyone participating in the network. It's easy to overlook the power of the coastal program and the network and the federal consistency role. So that we know that's important. It is going to continue to be critical. So just thank you to everybody, and also for participating in the offshore wind process. Also really important, there's a couple of executive orders Governor Kotek has issued recently on climate change and energy, and those are inclusive of ocean and coastal resources. So Brenda wanted me to particularly relay our thanks for the energy and leadership of the partners in this room to participate with us in helping implement those executive orders, and we'll be back through Lisa and coastal program leadership to communicate with you and engage with you about those executive orders. The other major initiative that's happening that has a very close tie to your community of practice here is the Plan for Resilient Oregon. I sit on that for DLCD with Matt Kroll, who's the Planning Services Division Manager, but Lisa and Meg and Rhiannon are not far away, and we coordinate internally on our participation at that forum, but also would like to be amplifying out the opportunities for engagement there. Many of you probably are aware of that and have been working with or apprised of the methodology that the governor's office is using for that plan. It's quite impressive. It's a focus on community-based organizations and community serving organizations to really get deeply into the community. And so they've contracted with CBOs around the state, community-based organizations who are also contracting with other community serving organizations in their areas. So it's really a great model. And they'll be other opportunities for all of us enthusiasts to participate and weigh in. So that'll probably be in the spring. And so please watch for that and let them know. Lisa's making sure as well that we're coordinating closely with the resilience efforts that the coastal program and you all are engaged with as well, and making the governor's office aware of that and making sure those are integrated. Let's see, just also maybe to mention our commission meeting coming up. I'll put a couple of resources in the chat before I leave to drive, but we do have our commission meeting, so I'll put the materials link in the chat. We have rules up for adoption, big set of rules for the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Part 2. Part 1, the commission passed last year from the contextualized housing needs and sort of the bones of the ONA program. And then tomorrow, they will consider 4 hours, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon. They will consider adopting additional rules for urbanization, urban growth boundary expansions, urban reserves, and the model code available to small cities, small, medium, and large cities. So quite a big event there. That will be a listen only. The public comment period ended there, I think, on November 15th, but I'll put the YouTube channel in the chat as well if anyone wants to have it on background or listen in to that. Ethan will be giving a good presentation in the morning on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program. So if anyone wants to listen into that, it'll be almost a good little webinar there in itself. And then in the afternoon, we have, again, Part 2, adoption for the Commission on Goal 5 Cultural Areas Rules, and really look forward to collaborating with each of you in your communities on these. We have asked the Commission to ask cities and counties to provide notice of inadvertent discovery and of other ground disturbing activities for tribal staff to just know what's going on and be able to comment, as well as other community members to for those processes that have a public comment period. So those will be up tomorrow, and we'll be putting out notice and having quarterly kind of workshops and drop-in sessions. They don't go into effect until January 1, 2027 if the commission passes them as such. So we do have a year to get ready and support local governments to get ready as well on those. I think that is it. The other things I would just say, well, you'll hear about wetlands today from Jebra. We have initiated rulemaking on wetlands that Lisa and we can provide more information on as folks want. And then, of course, you'll hear from Meg on the public access rulemaking, which is really exciting. On Goal 5, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Jill Rolfe. She's probably in the room now. I see she's presenting later, but Jill, thank you for your work on 2 years of rulemaking advisory committees on those Goal 5 rules, and also being a leader and example in how Coos County has implemented engagement with tribes since for 40 years now, since first acknowledgement. So really a shining star that we all look to in terms of how we can do engagement better with First Oregonians. So with that, I think I will stop and put some resources in the chat. Lisa, thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
No problem. Thank you very much, Kirsten. Are there any questions for Kirsten? Okay. Thank you. No hot seat today.
That's awesome. I will change the phone and listen in because I just want to hear from everybody in the roundtable. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so I'm gonna just take the next few minutes and try to give a few update. My update sheet. Oh, it's a good thing I know everything. So it's been a long day already. What time is it? One, again, super happy to be here. We'll go through and introduce staff first and then move into the roundtable part of the discussion. But I just want to get everybody kind of up to speed on where we've been. It's been some time since we last met, and a lot has happened. So for those of you that are new, and I see lots of new, I know there's lots of new online. Why are you here today? You're here today because you're part of the Oregon Coastal Management Program. It's a network of 41 cities, 8 counties, and 10 other state agencies, several of who are here with us today. And we were born out of the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972. Oregon was the second state to have a federally approved coastal management program, in large part because of the land use system that we had just put into place. And so the 4 coastal goals of estuary, shorelands, beaches and dunes, and open ocean, ocean resources, those had been adopted by 76, and this program came into existence in 1977. So we are coming fast upon our 50-year anniversary, which I hope that we will all be able to be a part of and do something fun to recognize all the work that all of you do. And so when we talk about the network and the local jurisdictions specifically, I just want to remind you about the power that you have here on the coast that doesn't exist anywhere else in the state. On the coast, as a result of the Coastal Zone Management Act and our approved program, we have a thing called federal consistency, and that allows us to ensure, which our DOJ hates that word, but I like it today, helps us ensure that federal actions, so issuing a permit from, say, the Army Corps of Engineers, to actions that a federal agency actually takes, so the Corps dredges, for example, have to be consistent with not only state statutes and rules, but also local comprehensive plans and land use ordinances that have been approved and are part of what's called our enforceable policies. That means, that's okay, come, you're not interrupting, come in. There's a seat here and a seat here next to me. Sorry about your luck. And uh, and all of the statutes and rules and ordinances and comprehensive plan policies that we've identified as being enforceable, we've presented to NOAA and they have approved them. So your policies are included in the statewide program that we then evaluate actions taken by federal agencies. That is such a powerful tool. And it's particularly powerful when it's a non-federal entity that's doing the activity. It gets a little less clear sometimes when it's a federal agency doing the work, but they still have to acknowledge your plans, they have to acknowledge your ordinances, and they have to try to meet those standards to the extent possible. It is the only area of the country, the coastal zone, that this happens. So in the interior of this country, you have no say at all about what happens when federal agencies are doing the work. So I just want to remind you about that power that you have and the power that you have with the state too, because we can't do anything that's contrary. Of course, you can't do anything that's contrary with the statewide planning goals, but assuming those things line up, the state also has to adhere to all of your comprehensive plans and local ordinances that are applicable to the activities that they're doing. This is really huge, and that's the beauty of the land use system in the state of Oregon. I just want to give you some quick updates on what's been happening in 2 minutes or less. Federal government shut down. We didn't have a budget. Oh, no, it's true. We didn't have any of those things, but we continued forward in spite of all that. And we are in the middle of a continuing resolution for our budget. We always talk about our budget at least once a year. What that means is we are receiving the same amount of funds that we got in 2024, which really in this particular climate of budgets kind of getting moved around and restructured all over the place, that's really great. Frankly, flat funding is better than no funding, and we're good with that. But the costs have continued to rise, and so we're going to be looking at ways to recover some of those costs and to just manage things in a maybe a little bit different way than what we've been doing. Travel, as you know, is going to get pretty loose. We've made it a commitment to make sure our regional reps can get out to you because They are our connection back to the communities and your connection back to us. And so that is a priority of the agency and the coastal management program to make sure you have access to your regional representatives. And then trying to figure out ways to be creative about how we can get down to communities. It's going to be belt tightening for a while here, but we are committed to being as strong a partners as we can be in light of that. We have a couple projects I just kind of want to bring to your attention because we're pretty excited. Michael Moses, who many of you might know, he goes by Moses. He is going to be kicking off a project down in Douglas and Curry counties that's going to be looking at coastal resilience and developing coastal resilience plans for those two counties that take the estuarine resilience action plans that were done in Coos, Lane, Lincoln, and Tillamook and expand that to include the whole coast, a coastwide resilience plan. So not just focusing on estuaries, but the whole of a community. And we're really excited about that. We're going to be looking at all of the factors that come into a community when we talk about resilience. So we're really hoping it's a big holistic plan that we can then document and duplicate across the coast for jurisdictions that are interested. You heard Kirsten bring up the resilience planning that's happening at the state level, and we're making sure that we tie all the work that's happening down there into that plan and that they're aware of it and not duplicating efforts because a lot of good work's already happened on the coast. And then I just wanted to also let you know that we're not trumpeting this yet, but we were successful in this last round of bipartisan infrastructure law funding to secure dollars for two projects along the coast. One is a 350-acre property acquisition in the Yaquina Bay that will revert back to the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians. And the other is a restoration project in the Sand Lake Estuary that when it's completed, it happens to be zoned natural, estuary natural. When it's completed, it will be almost fully functioning system for the first time in, well, now 90 some years. And that is quite an achievement to be able to say that we have a fully functioning estuary in this state that is not really hindered by any man-made barriers. There's one concession to that, and that there has to be a dike put up close to the edge of the estuary because there's a community right there, Tierra del Mar. And so we're flooding concerns, and we want to make sure that we've addressed that. But otherwise, we might actually see fish up in places we haven't seen them for quite some time. And so that is really exciting. And the reason all that could happen was because there's an coastal management program in the state of Oregon. Though those dollars were only accessible by the coastal management programs around the country. And we were successful in every round getting dollars to acquire lands or now do a restoration project. And that effort is led by Claire Figner, who I think you'll see her when she introduces herself anyway. And so those are really exciting things. So whenever I'm getting down in the dumps, I remember all of the awesome stuff that's happening out here. And then we get to come to places like this and be with our people. And it's good for the soul, and it's good for us because people say a lot, and they're probably right. It's easy to forget, not for us in the room because we live on the coast, but it's kind of easy to get disconnected when all your work's taking place, in the middle of the state. And our goal is to break down that disconnection and make sure that they're thinking about our communities and that they're thinking about the coastal issues and that they understand that it's a unique place with unique people. And we need to think about how we do things on the coast uniquely. So I am going to get staff to introduce themselves, and then we'll start the roundtable. So Brett, you already did, but I'll let you do it again.
Again, for everyone, my name is Brett Estes, and I am the North Coast Regional Representative for the department. And my service area between Way and at the south for the South Coast is roughly Newport, Lincoln County. We have some overlap in Lincoln County between the North Coast and the South Coast area, and then my area goes up to Clatsop County, and then heads inland along the Columbia River, including unincorporated Columbia County, the cities of Vernonia and Clatskanie. Before, I've been with DLCD for about 3.5 years now. Before that, I worked for the city of Astoria for about 15 years, and made the transition over to DLCD then. And I'm glad to have everyone here online and also in person.
Brett. Hui.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hui Radomski. I'm the South Coast Regional Representative with DLCD. And I have 2 bubbles in Lincoln County, so that's Walport and Yachats. And then everything from Lane County, Coastal Lane, Coastal Douglas, down to Brookings in Curry County. I've been with DLCD for almost 7 years. And prior to that, I was Lincoln County planner. My former boss is here, Arnold Husing. And one thing I want to say about Florence is that the Goodwill in Florence has 2 discount colors, one for 50% off, one for 75% off, which is, I've not seen that in other Goodwills. Anyways, thank you.
Brianne.
If I can follow that up. Little stories. I'm Rhiannon Bazor. I'm the Coastal Source Specialist for DLCD. So I provide
Hey, the mic isn't working. We can barely hear you, but
Okay, can you hear me better now?
we can't hear you barely at all. It doesn't look like it's working.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
I'm loud, so I don't need to be that close. I'll start over. So I'm Rhiannon Bazor. I'm the Coastal Shore Specialist with DLCD. So I provide technical assistance and guidance on Goal 18 issues, as well as coastal hazard issues. And I've been with DLCD for almost 3 years. It'll be 3 years in February.
Yep. And then we'll go online. Mandy.
Hello, I'm Mandy McNabb. I'm the Administrative Support and Coastal Rulemaking Assistance. And I've been with DLCD for about 12 years, first in the Director's Office, and now with Coastal for about 5 of those years. So welcome, everybody.
And Mandy helped pull this all together. So thank you very much, Mandy. Andy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andy Lanier, the Marine Affairs Coordinator with the department. So if you have any questions about ocean policy or management, please send me an email.
Yep. And Andy is also staffs the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which is a really important part of the network in terms of what it can do with our communities. So in that partnership, thank you, Andy. Eva.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eva Krukowski. I'm the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator here at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I'm excited to meet everyone today. And you'll hear from me about my project a little bit later after lunch.
Thank you, Eva. Cynthia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cynthia Smith. I've been with DLCD for about 3.5 years. I am the Offshore Wind Energy Policy Specialist, nice long name. But you will probably start to get to know me through federal consistency. I'll be transitioning over to that role and working with Anna on some of the duties there. So thanks.
Thank you, Cynthia. Anna.
Hey everyone, Anna Roller, I'm the State Federal Relations Coordinator. So I work on federal consistency reviews, and I've been with DLCD just short of a year now. So
Yep, one more month. Casey.
Hello, I'm Casey Markowitz, the Coastal Grants Coordinator, and I've been at DLCD 4 years next month.
Thank you. Meg.
Morning, Meg Reed. I'm the Coastal Policy Specialist, and I focus mostly on goals 16 and 17. And I've been at DLCD about 11 years. Nice to see you all.
Thank you, Meg. Claire.
Hello, everyone. I'm Claire Figner. I'm the Coastal Habitat Project Coordinator. And as Lisa mentioned, that's coordinating funding coming into our coast for habitat acquisition and restoration projects. And I have been with DLCD for just about 4 years.
It flies by, doesn't it? Amanda. Amanda is an honorary Coastie forever. I'll let her introduce herself.
Right, that's the deal. My name is Amanda Punton, and I think I still am the Coastal Water Quality Specialist. And so I've worked on the submittal for our Coastal Non-Point Pollution Control Program, which is kind of in a little bit of limbo now, although now the federal government's back to work. Maybe we will start hearing from our federal partners. And I've worked at DLCD for a crazy long time, 27 years.
Thank you, Amanda. Jeff.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Burright. I am the Offshore Wind Roadmap Coordinator for the Coastal Program.
Yeah, small little thing. Okay. Tanya.
Hi, I'm Tanya Haddad. I'm the web and GIS support person for the program, so I help to maintain the several of coastal program websites and help with any kinds of GIS support. And
Awesome.
I've been with the agency about as long as Amanda. I think I started about 6 months after her.
Oh my gosh. Let's see, Moses.
Hi, folks. I'm Michael Moses. As Lisa already introduced my project a little bit, but I'm the Coastal Resilience Coordinator. And I've been with DLCD now 6 years in about a month.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. It's always funny when I hear them introduce themselves because I'm like, oh yeah, that's not quite all they do. Everybody's pretty humble about their role in what they do in the agency and with our communities and other state agencies, but they just barely touched upon what it is they do for everybody every day. So I do want to just call out one more person and then we'll do the round table. And we're probably going to do some time here. It looks like we're going to go just a little bit over, and then we'll do some time later in the afternoon. So I might have Eva now scooch up just a little bit in her timeline. But Chris Wall, Chris, can you turn on your camera for a sec? Hey, Chris, would you like to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you and meet you. For those of you that I don't know, my name is Chris Wall. I work for NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in the Office for Coastal Management. We are the federal partner to the Oregon Coastal Management Program. We work nationwide on coastal management, but I'm the day-to-day contact between our office and all the staff that you just got to hear from here. It's good to meet you all.
Yeah, and she's what keeps us connected to NOAA, and I don't know if she's supposed to, but she's a pretty strong advocate for our program and all the work that we do. So we appreciate it very much. Okay, so now we'll start into the roundtable. I'm going to have the regional reps kind of lead that. We'll start north. We'll do Clatsop County first. And then Brett. So this is what I'd like folks to do. So be thinking about this when it comes to your turn. I would like everybody, in addition to the things that you just want to make sure you share, or questions that you have, or concerns that you've been dealing with, and you'd just like to get some feedback from the group. In addition to that, I'd like everybody to share something that's been successful for you this year. It can be tiny, which you think it's tiny, but it made a big difference in how you do business or just your attitude. You can, or it can be humongous and like whole game changing. It doesn't matter. I just want us to all just kind of reflect for a second on the strength that we bring to the room and the screen here, and just the positives of being together. So in addition to everything else you want to share, I just want to hear everybody share one positive success, because I guess you can have negative success. I'll think about that for a while. And we'll just go around the room. So Brett, take it.
Okay, so Gail, I see you're on camera. Do you want to kick us off for Clatsop County, and do you want to introduce your staff? Looks like you have several folks who are on here as well.
Yeah, we do. I'm Gail Henriksen. I'm the Community Development Director for Clatsop County, and we've got David Cook, our Planning Manager, Jason Pollock, one of our planners, Zane Longwell, our new planner, and Rebecca Matthews, she's our permit tech for planning. So we've got our whole crew here today, and we're excited to be here. We've had a really busy 6 months, so we actually had a lot of success on a lot of very big projects that we're about to wrap up or just completed. We adopted an economic opportunities analysis at the end of June. We completed 2 Goal 16 exceptions, and I know earlier Lisa had talked about enforceable policies. This was like a 2.5-year project with the Army Corps, and in the end, it was relatively successful. I think we learned a lot. We are about to complete the last adoption to the last 2 goals of our complete comp plan update that we started in 2019. So we're getting ready to adopt brand new goals 16 and 17. We did all our clear and objective standards for housing. We went through a LUBA remand related to housing. And now that we've wrapped up all these big projects, and we've done it mainly without the help of a lot of consultants, we've learned a lot. And so we're branching out now in community development, and we're undertaking the strategic plan update for the fairgrounds. And probably next year, we're going to be working on an update to the county's parks master plan. And so we're also hiring out as consultants. So if you are looking for consultants to help you with projects, talk to us, because we're looking for things to do. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's now move to Astoria. I know we have Sam here in the audience in person, and I don't think there's anyone else online from your crew. But do you want to introduce yourself and speak a little about what's going on in Astoria?
My name's Sam Peterson. I'm the Associate City Planner for the City of Astoria. I'm very new, so I'm mainly here to learn. By very new, I mean I haven't even gotten my first paycheck. I'm about 3 weeks in. Yeah, that's new. Astoria has a ton going on. I would say Brett lives in Astoria. We go to the same gym. What would you say, Brett? Maybe a dozen projects going on in town right now. Big ones.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of construction going on. Housing. Surprising, well, not surprising. I'm being facetious on that, but yes, lots of housing projects.
Yeah, lots of housing, lots of big community infrastructure, museums, short-term housing stuff, hospital, complete campus redevelopment. So we have a lot going on. So as someone who's not only new to the job, but new to the profession, I was a teacher before this. I am learning in a trial by fire sort of environment. So John Roberts, who told me to tell you hello, called it he's our community development director, told me that it's going to be a trial by fire hose, which it certainly has been. We just had a Lux come through that deals with Goal 16 exceptions that triggered probably a dozen different parts of our code. So I made some notes about people that mentioned Goal 16 because I need to talk to you at some point. So happy to be here. And if you can tell me anything that would be useful for my new career, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And your success is you made it 3 weeks?
Success is that I got the job. Oh, and I'll say one success. Earlier this year, our council passed a ordinance putting a cap on the number of vacation rentals in the city. At 50, we had like 40 operating already, and we just sent out the application packet the day before Thanksgiving. And on Monday, I did not get any emails saying that I had ruined someone's Thanksgiving. So slow roll, but the applications seem to be going well so far.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. So it looks like we're continuing down south. Looks like Jeff Flory from Seaside may be next.
Thanks, Brett. I'm Jeff Flory, Community Development Director for Seaside. We've got a lot going on in town still. We've got a lot of housing that's going vertical right now. We have several apartment complexes that are under construction, about 150, 160 units total, but dirt's being moved and framing's going up, which for the North Coast and for a small town like Seaside, that's a pretty big influx of new housing that we did not have before. For successes this year, I would say our biggest is the collaboration with Clatsop County and Related Northwest to bring a 69 unit deed restricted affordable housing development into town. And they broke ground 2 weeks ago, actually started moving dirt within the last week and a half. And they're getting the site prep to actually start pouring foundations and getting that off the ground. That's going to be a big help for our community, for our workforce. And an update on what the city has going on. We are wrapping up a complete rewrite of our comprehensive plan. It's going into the final adoption phase, the final public comment period. And I'm looking forward to getting that completed and start on the next projects.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I know that we have Cannon Beach has a new community development director coming in. Jeff Adams was their community development director, went to Georgia and is now back. He was going to maybe try to come in online. He's driving across the United States right now, but I don't see Jeff on the meeting. But if you worked with him before, you're going to be able to get to work with Jeff again. He'll be starting here in the next few weeks. So let's keep on working our way down into Tillamook County. Sarah Absher, do you want to speak and introduce your staff?
Oh, what did I do? Hi, can you hear me? My cameras are not working.
We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. My name is Sarah Absher. I am the director of the Department of Community Development in Tillamook County. And with me, I have a senior planner, Melissa Yank, planner Sheila Shoemaker, and our newest addition who started on Monday, Conrad, who is joining our team as a planner one. And we are super excited about that. So what's happening in Tillamook County? And Lisa, I appreciate your encouragement to share something positive. So I'm going to do that first because I want to take a moment to honor and thank my staff, especially Melissa and Sheila. What we have found this year was that there were many changes and many challenges, and we have continued to have record numbers for development, so permits in Tillamook County. We cover, so for those of you in the room that may not be familiar with that, but SANS are incorporated cities. You know, we span about 75 linear coast miles, and like the rest of you, we do everything from farm and forest to estuary to we have urban and incorporated communities. So hazards, never a dull moment. And I would say what I'm thankful for and would like to lift up this morning is the nimbleness and fluidity of my staff, their dedication and commitment to keep permits going out the door and to help people in all of the ways that we help them at the counter and on the phone and email and through those permitting processes. So yay, we made it through another year. And they have done incredible work. In terms of what some of those changes have looked like, Tillamook County, the legislature passed Senate Bill 406 during the legislative session 2023, which was specific to our county and our incorporated cities, that basically folded us into House Bill 2001 for middle housing code updates. And I am proud to say that I think most of us are all done with that work. We have middle housing code updates implemented into our land use planning programs. We are moving into the next phase with the help of DLCD and the grant that we received for technical assistance. So thank you all very much for that as well, to complete our housing capacity analysis. So looking forward to doing that work with our city partners and our unincorporated communities. But the outcome of that program and those updates are essentially now within 15 areas of the county, either by way of our cities and their UGBs or our unincorporated communities served by water and sewer. We have new opportunities for housing production and development. And we have been doing a lot of work making strides to address our housing crisis in the last couple of years through a local grant program that is supported by short-term rental operator license fees. We have awarded over $1.1 million for workforce housing projects in our county, and that has resulted in over 200 new housing units going into our countywide for workforce and affordable housing. Other notable highlights, we have been, like many of you, maneuvering through the NEPA review process for implementation of the biological opinion, and also successfully completed a fee schedule update, which I think many of us are sharing the same challenges in budgets and fiscal health. So that was also a good part of what we have been working on. Permitted a new Amazon building and got that done, and have had some larger capital improvement projects. Nehalem Bay got a new pool center, and we have a new Nehalem Bay Health District Center in North County as well. So lots happening. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, but I don't know if you heard Lisa, she's coughing a little bit right now. If there are any questions for any of the folks in Clatsop County or for Sarah in Tillamook County to this point. Okay. So let's keep on moving now through the cities. What's that? Oh, Sarah, it was, she said I think her staff were the question came for you, Sarah. What is the thing you're most proud of? And I think was it your staff, working with your staff and your staff's ability to work through things?
Yes, I am super proud of that and super proud of their work and all of the good things that they've done this year, and deeply grateful and appreciative of that.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's now move into the cities within Tillamook County, and I think moving north, I think the first is going to be Abram over in Rockaway Beach, who is here in person. Can you hear Abram online? No.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, hi everyone. My name is Abram. I am a recent master's graduate from the University of Oregon. I've been in my position for 5 months, so I still a senior.
Paycheck.
Yeah, I did multiple paychecks. Rockaway is a small city, but it's very, very vibrant. We have right now, like down the line in the next 1 or 2 years, expecting to break ground like 120 housing units. So it's a very busy place. Every day for me is new. So I every day is a success. Getting through my day is a success, and learning something new about our code or comprehensive plan. one of the larger things that is happening is we got a technical assistance grant from DLCD. Very grateful for that, and we're going to work through modernizing our zoning ordinance and our comprehensive plan. So really looking forward to that. I noticed. Thanks. It's good seeing you again.
So keeping on in Tillamook County, I think that Dave, you're the next person down in Bay City.
Hi, I'm Dave Madison, Bay City City Planner. We have a lot of stuff going on in our little town. First of all, we're working with the county on the grant for the next update, phase 2 of our middle housing codes with the housing production strategy and capacity analysis. We also are a community that resists a lot of change. And so we have a LUBA case and an appeal on 41 lot subdivision. And that is up with LUBA right now. And so we'll see where that goes. We're also working on.
Can you speak into the mic just a little more?
Can you hear me? Is this better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we also, do you want me to repeat everything I just said? Okay. Lisa loves hearing my drone voice and everything. We also are working on a UGB expansion. We have passed all the state tests for that with 1537. And we're right now just kind of waiting for the applicant to get their butt in gear and move forward with that item. There is an old
Your mic just went out.
Hello. There's an old handle factory in town. Can you hear me now? Bueller.
Yes.
There's an old handle factory in town, and we are also looking at our reuse of that site because most of it is vacant, and so we're looking at reusing that for mixed uses. A challenge we have is it's in a high intensity zone, which was at one time more industrial, so we're going to have to integrate more of our codes to allowing for mixed uses in town. We thought we accomplished that. We found out we made some errors in the changes, and so now we're going to have to go back and catch those again. We're updating our codes with the county. We've already updated all our middle housing requirements, which is the first phase. We are going to be taking on, and I know our manager is very upset that the state's not really holding our hand through this, and but we're taking on updating our codes to meet the House Bill 2138 requirements and the 1537 requirements. I think we've been struggling a lot with what's required with that. And so we're talking with our attorney and just gathering up as much information on how to move forward with those changes. So let's see. I think that's about all I have. Oh, and personal accomplishments. My wife and I just had a house built for ourselves and just south of Tillamook, and we love it. So it's 2 acres, and I know it's outside of an urban area, but it's 2 acres, and we just love being in our little peaceful oasis. So thanks.
Okay, so I think we're going to continue on down south towards Lincoln County. So Anno, do you want to introduce yourself and your staff who are here present? Well, I think the Lincoln County folks are all here in person.
Well, yeah, Anno Husing, Lincoln County Planner, Director. Lindsay Bedingfield is here with me. But we don't have, is John O'Leary online or do you see him there? I think he may actually be holding down the fort there, which is a good thing too, right? Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, it's kind of boring to talk about administrative stuff, right? It's not exactly, but those of us that have to do it, it's like it's a really big deal, right? So I've been the director now for 13, 14 years, and we're kind of at the end of a major complete restructuring modernization of our program. And that was occasioned by having a different building official, and then really having to dig out from a long period of time where we did not make structural changes to our department. I take some measure of responsibility for that. With the benefit of hindsight, though, it's like, wow, I wished we had been more aggressive on raising our fees, getting adequately staffed up. And so with the benefit of hindsight, all this period of time now, I think we're sort of really at the end of getting our fees commensurate with other jurisdictions so we could actually serve people, right? And the feeling was, to those that we raised the fees, people are tired of subsidizing your development. You want to pay to play? Come on, you got to be part of this. So we've done that. We've changed, everything, getting online, everything, all that stuff, and then actually completely reversing the order of how we take in permits. We had a review of our program a year or two ago and realized we were doing a pretty crappy job of not holding the line when we took permits in, right? So that actually people were submitting complete applications. What a concept. And so all of this stuff, though, is, again, it's not exactly the sexiest stuff to talk about, but it's so important that we have our own processes in place with the right number of people doing the work. So I felt like just recently we sort of got there, and each of these changes are hard, right? Everybody understands, like, this is not, it's hard for the customers, it's hard for all the contractors, and it's hard for us internally because you're really completely fundamentally changing the way things have happened. And I want to echo what Sarah had said, that could not be more complimentary about our staff going through all of this stuff, having to, deal with, we're in a difficult environment, right? The customers are difficult. They're very demanding. God knows it's a different world to be doing this kind of work in these days. And so I'm just really pleased that we're at this point in time where I think that we're kind of, Lindsay, I think we're done, right? Do you have anything you want to add about that, how that changes? Yeah, and so that again is important. The other thing I want to point out is that maybe we'll have an opportunity when Claire gives her presentation to talk a little bit about the Lincoln County land legacy, and we participated in the resilience workshops, and so I do want to impress upon a bunch of you that the land use system is as good as it is. It doesn't protect everything that needs to be protected, and that we found a way in Lincoln County to preserve several really incredible properties that should never be developed. And so that's been quite an experience to be part of all of that and to help make that happen. And so at some point, we really need to try to infect all of you with the same virus of working with land trusts and try to understand in some cases that there are opportunities. Things don't have to necessarily get developed. So I look forward to having an opportunity to share some of that with you. And that's about it. Unless there are questions, I'll stand down. Thank you, Brett. I think I'm good, right?
Okay, you're great. I don't see any questions. So let's keep on going with the jurisdictions in Lincoln County. Justin, do you want to speak with regards to what's happening in Toledo?
Yeah, thanks, Brett, and hopefully I come through okay. A little bit sick today, but kind of, I guess, for Toledo, I think I'll focus on the housing side, and I think that's kind of something positive that's been happening in Toledo over the last couple of years. We've finally kind of had some larger complex and then again in the context of Toledo, but we've recently had a 11-unit complex that was completed working with Northwest Coastal Housing, and then a 3-unit kind of townhome style with a private developer that was recently completed, and then we're working with Northwest Coastal on another 30 units that hopefully will be breaking ground here in early 2026 in terms of a timeline. And that kind of ties into, we've done, I think many have already discussed housing code updates, but we've completed a couple rounds of housing code updates in Toledo. We weren't awarded a grant for the next or the current cycle, but we're kind of excited that we were able to wrap up the past cycle of grants and code updates. So I think we have a code that's encourages a lot more types of housing than historically. So we're excited that that's been completed. And then I think other projects, the pool district in town is hopefully breaking ground on upgrading their facility next year. So that's a big positive project, and that actually ties into Arcadia Park, which we recently had a parks grant to do some upgrades there. So that kind of some resurfacing of the courts there for pickleball and tennis, and then a new bathroom there. So kind of that's really in the center of town and a positive project. And tying into the parks work, we've kicked off a parks master plan that's ongoing currently, and actually kicked off a survey where we've had a lot of response rate, and actually are working with the there was one of the OAPA presentations around engaging the youth. So we took that and heard that, and been working with the middle school, high school, and actually did kind of a class project to where they actually filled out the survey and participated in that process. So I think that was has really increased our survey responses to over 100 now, which is a really strong for a community of 3,000. And then I think through, I guess the last one, there's an Oregon Department of Forestry property that is they opened up their new building. So the old building was in Toledo. So Toledo's been trying to get their hands on that property for housing. So that's kind of an ongoing discussion and project. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Justin.
Thanks.
Yeah, I want to say the Department of Forestry building project in Toledo is kind of an interesting thing about I can't remember, Justin, what's the program that the state has where it's reuse of existing state properties for redevelopment, particularly for housing? I can't remember that off the top of my head, and I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the program, but yeah, you described it well in terms of that program.
Yeah, so it's a program that says if there's surplus properties for the state, there's a program where entities or jurisdictions can look to be able to redevelop those, particularly for housing, and that's something that at least Toledo is working on with that now vacated Department of Forestry property. So moving on, Derek Tokos. Derek from City of Newport, do you want to talk about what's going on in your community?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Do you hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you.
Fantastic. Derek Tokos, I'm the City of Newport's Community Development Director. I've been with the city for 16 years now. I'll touch on a few projects, and one thing I wanted to just begin with is we had 3 projects where we did ribbon cuttings in October. And it gets at kind of what's positive, and I'll touch on some of the challenges too. But we had a 77-unit student housing project, ribbon cutting with Hatfield for OSU student housing. It's something that our policymakers helped with respect to system development charge relief on that one. We had a 16-unit drug and alcohol rehab facility that Samaritan opened up, and that also has an outpatient component, and I believe it's the first facility of that type, and we partnered with them on infrastructure there and also provided our share of opioid settlement funds for that project. And then you touched on ODF. Well, we're where their new facility is. So we had a ribbon cutting on that. That's a joint City of Newport ODF fire facility. We contributed property and our Northside station to that, which was torn down. It was not ever built as a proper fire station. It was a contractor's shop when the city purchased it years ago. Now we have a north side station that's in a building that's built to current seismic standards. So that's a big deal too. In terms of ongoing projects, we've got 90 units of market rate apartments under plan review right now. They've already started to do their site work, so that project's moving forward. We also have an expansion that's moving forward at the Oregon Coast Community College. The Central Lincoln People's Utility District is rebuilding their administrative offices. And then our local school district had a bond pass, and so we're starting to line up work on that, which includes a new auditorium at the high school. We've been speaking with them about that. We have had some additional housing, smaller housing projects that have moved forward, and expect that to continue to kind of at a slow pace. Our development permitting is down over the last few years. But not a surprise given current economic conditions. We just wrapped up a 144-acre island annexation. It was approved on Monday by our council. This makes regular our city boundary in South Beach, and was something that we've been working on for some time. We're pairing that with a rebate program for those that are on septic or holding tanks in that area to connect to the city sewer service, because we do have sewer service available within that entire area. So that rebate program will launch just after the first of the year. We also just wrapped up a project that was partially funded with through the TGM program. That's our city center revitalization planning effort. Our downtown has struggled for a long time as traffic volumes on US 101 have increased. And so we wrapped up that process, which I'm sorry, incoming call. That basically put in place some direction from our policymakers to couplet a portion of 101 with 9th Street. So that's a big piece that we're moving forward with. We also just wrapped up putting in place a design district and form-based code for the city center area that allows for some additional housing opportunities in our commercial zones along 20 and 101. And this is within a urban renewal district that we put in place in 2015. So we do have resources we can bring to bear. We're not going to be looking for state and federal funding alone for the couplet. And, you know, as we've advised folks, that's a project that's probably not going to happen for another 7, maybe 10 years. That's a longer play. Short term, we're investing in some beautification efforts in the city center area through urban renewal, and are standing up a business facade improvement program to help existing businesses make improvements to their storefronts and that kind of thing. Unfortunately, we lost Rogue Brewery, as you probably all heard, and that's a pretty big hit to our community, both in terms of their brewery operation, but also the restaurants, both in South Beach and on our Bayfront. And no news on where that's going, other than you know, it's you know, they had quite a bit of debt, and it's likely to be sorted out through bankruptcy. But we're also in a bit of a tug of war with federal government right now. You've probably also heard about that. But we have our fishermen's wives, to their credit, along with the county and others, were able to secure a temporary injunction on the Coast Guard aviation facility being moved to Coos Bay, North Bend. Really poor timing with you know, crabbing season starting, to have that Coast Guard helicopter shifted further away from our community. So that was a bit of good news, and we'll see how that process plays itself out. We have a large undeveloped destination resort immediately south of our site, immediately south of our airport. It's over 500 acres in size, and it recently sold. And we're now into preliminary discussions with the buyer about development of that property. So stay tuned. The other thing is we're wrapping up our work in South Beach. Our program handles urban renewal as well. And so we've got a number of projects we just awarded at the end of the year, which includes some placemaking work in South Beach. We were able to secure approval from the state for a new traffic signal at 40th and 101, which is going to help us with housing in Wilder, which is our largest planned development and where we've seen most of our housing over the last few years. So that signal will go under construction, should be completed by the end of next year. We've also got a number of pathway improvements that are part of that, sidewalk improvements. And we do have a large septic system that we just awarded, which would effectively provide a sewer system to our airport, but we're delaying construction on that for 12 months while we figure out what the federal government's doing up at our airport. So, and we have a Safe Routes project over at US 20 and more that's progressing through design and will go out for bid early next year. That's all I have.
Sounds great. Any questions for Derek or any of the folks on the North Coast before we head south? Oh, there's a question in the back, maybe with the microphone.
Are you aware of Lincoln City?
Oh, I didn't see you back there. Oh my gosh. I didn't see you in the back. So thank you. I was about to say did I miss anyone? So Andrea, do you want to go on?
I thought you were just saving the best.
Okay.
Right?
My apologies. I didn't notice you when you came in. So I apologize about that. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Andrea Reiner, and I'm here with my colleague, Austin Hall. Austin and I started 2 weeks apart, almost 4 years ago. And we are part of a really great, solid team. We've been really working hard over the last 4 years to really establish how we can take care of all the different things that we're required to do. And I think that we have our old planning director back. Those of you know Richard Townsend. He has risen again and again. And but it's pretty great for us new folks to have that institutional knowledge and frankly support for the work we're doing. So obviously lots and lots going on. We have 2 years under our belt of implementing our pretty much all new comp plan, and some pretty great things that have come out of that. The completion of a draft climate action plan with DUDEC. We're undergoing a land use audit, really going through our entire zoning code and reviewing for compliance, obviously, with state action, but also looking at issues of equity, of consistency, and integrating it with some of the other plans that have come along. We're very excited that we were successful in getting a TGM grant. I think it's the first one Lincoln City has received, at least in Richard Townsend's history. So that's pretty good. And so we look to be starting that. The scoping is underway with ODOT, and probably starting that in the early spring. We are the beneficiaries of lots of work that has been done in the housing realm. And so seeing folks moving into affordable housing projects that have been completed, also to tiny home cottage developments, and Lincoln County Housing Authority is working on a supportive housing project, 28 units, and a clinic, and kind of right as you enter Lincoln City from the north. So that is, I think, is going to be a pretty significant change to that part of our community. Maybe doing some good work with ODOT on our 101 entrance there. So I think I'm going to say my my success, which I hope will eventually be the city's success for this year. We really had a planning commission that was committed to elevating the issue of engagement and committing to understanding what all that entailed. And so in August, we initiated an ad hoc advisory committee that is truly representative, I think, of our community. We have a lot of community members, but also social service organizations represented, and members of our Hispanic community are really came to the table, and those have been proceeding, and we should be seeing a citywide community engagement plan implemented probably mid next year, really trying to go above and beyond the minimum requirements of notification to more complete engagement from the beginning, and goal setting and visioning. So our next comp plan might not need to start from scratch. I think did I miss anything? This is our act. I talk on for days and I get a sound check from Austin, but I think that's everything.
We'll save a question from Anna.
I'm personally very interested to hear as you go through this process, the enhanced outreach stuff, the things that you hear that you wouldn't have heard otherwise, and how that can translate into what you do differently. And I think everybody in the room here certainly understands how different city planning is than county in terms of your ability to do different things at the city. So, but I can't wait to hear about, all right, we did this now, and here's the fruit of that labor, and what did we learn? Thank you.
Well, I would be happy to share as it goes along, but I will tell you, I've been doing community engagement work for over 20 years, and I am over the moon with some of the things that are happening just between people, city council, just showing up to our meetings, and questions and responses coming back that is new information to someone who thinks that, I'm going to go through this process, but I'm not going to hear anything new. So I'm very excited. I think one of the things that I see coming out of this is, if those of you might have heard of community ambassadors, of those folks that have some time and energy to do the learning part of what are our processes and requirements and funding issues, so that instead of city staff always being the ones sharing the message and pounding, beating the drum, that we will have folks out in the community, in social service organizations, in the police department, in our restaurants and things that have a direct connection to what we're doing. And that, the beauty of email is being able to get things out, but then there's more real faces participating. So I will be happy to share that. And anybody who has experience or information about that kind of thing, please send it my way. And we do have a distribution list and a website for the project. So I'd be happy to share that with you.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea, and apologies for not catching you down on that side of the table. Anybody else on the North Coast that I missed, online or in person, before we hand it over to Wei? Okay, Wei, take down the coast.
Okay, then we'll finish with Lincoln County and jurisdiction. So Catherine Gunther, are you by your computer? Yes.
I am. Hi, so Catherine Gunther, City of Yachats. Boy, after listening to everybody else, I feel like we're still kind of lagging behind here in Yachats. We've struggled with huge lack of staffing and then a lot of turnover. So I guess the good news, the big win this year is that we are fully staffed and we have some people who might actually stick around for a while. Our city manager just celebrated her second anniversary yesterday, and that makes her the longest serving city manager in a long time. So optimistic that we're back in the game. I no longer am playing code enforcement or stuffing utility bills. So I've been able for the first time in quite a few years to focus solely on planning, and that's kind of exciting. We are just finishing up some work under DLCD grant on our housing implementation plan and are about to start another round. We are, because we fell under the population threshold for all things interesting related to housing, we're just tackling ADUs right now and starting to move into middle housing. So that's been a little emotionally charged in a small community that's growing very fast, listening to with interest to how other people are soliciting more public input. That's been one of the challenges, is that any outreach we do, we only seem to hear from the angry people. But we're working on that. One of the things, and Jevra will probably get a chuckle out of this, that I think are wrapping up this year or early next year, is we'll finally maybe adopt our local wetlands inventory after 14 years of it sitting on the shelf. So that's been a personal goal of mine for quite a while. I realize it doesn't sound like much of an accomplishment to most people, but that will be a big deal. Also, with much thanks to Wei Radomski, actually, I'll give her all the credit. Received some funding through TGM grant, and we'll get going on that, I believe, in the spring. Hopefully bring our 30-year-old village circulation plan into kind of a useful document that we can use going forward.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Wei.
Any questions for Catherine? Did I say she would do Yachats? Did I say Yachats? Okay, okay. Okay, then Wendy with Florence, please.
Can you hear me? No, I was trying out this mic that didn't work down there. I was confirming it didn't. It's the most technical thing I can do. How about this one? Yep. All right. Awesome. Great. Want to say thank you, everyone, for being here. I know it was a drive for some of you, and it does break my heart to see all of you folks from the state online and not here joining us. I think this is the first time ever in doing these at this location that you guys haven't been here. I know some of you attend online when you can or need to, but it's sad that you're not here. My name is Wendy Farley Campbell, City of Florence Community Development Director. Joining me today is Jacob Fouts. He's our planning manager. And so with that, I'll start out with what am I thankful for? I am thankful for Jacob. Jacob joined us about 16 months ago, and he is representative of a direction that Florence is trying to go with planning and just some different organizational structure. Florence has hit that point where, yeah, we're getting to be big, and so needed to kind of rethink our organizational structure on our side of the building, if you will. Jacob has been working to implement a software online permit managing program for land use. and also identifying lots of most excellent technology opportunities for implementing new processes within the department. A lot of things that I'm still learning about, that they exist, and I'm very appreciative that he brings that modernization and advancement to Florence. I think it's going to be a game changer for the city. Some recent work. I also want to give a huge shout out to Moses. He wrapped up the Lane County Estuarine Resilience Action Plan and was part of I was part of a team that was reviewing the great work he was doing and the excellent community engagement that coming out and also offering virtual. There's a lot of depth and breadth to the community input that went into that project. And I think those of you that have one coming up, I heard Douglas County and Curry, you're in for a real treat. So good luck with that project. I heard somebody mention fee structure, so I don't always think to suggest something with that, but because someone mentioned it and we're all looking for ways to get money, yeah, I'm just going to throw it out there. We've made some significant changes in our fee structure over the last few years, and one of the sources that I use, if you haven't thought about it, is just going onto the BCD website. Everybody updates their fees every year right around fee schedule time. So you can start seeing them around between January and then the latecomers all the way through May, trying to get their items in the time that you have to get them in. But those are BCD's, Building Codes Division. So you're like, well, why them? Well, you will find some unique ways that communities are identifying to get programs paid for. And one of the ones that I found was, I believe it was Springfield, but don't quote me on that, implemented a community service fee. And so we've done that and did a percentage of the building permit fee to cover planning work, basically. And so the way that we justify that is that there's a whole lot of work that comes in at the counter that doesn't come through the land use channels, but it's the planning staff that are there doing the zone checks, talking. I mean, sometimes way too many conversations at the counter or on the phone. And it's a way to capture that public community service. So I would suggest you look into that, and there's lots of other ones as well. Other recent work, the city, if you're in town and wanting to kind of see something neat, if you go straight down 9th Street West, it's the Highway 126 intersection, and then make a right onto Hemlock, or onto Greenwood or Greenwood's what you want to turn onto. And then you will see that we have a new affordable housing with a co-located daycare going in. And that project is called Elm Park PUD. Yahats will be familiar with Lane Morrill. And this is Lane's second project in the community. And they did receive funding from the state for the housing, the affordable housing part. But the city, more importantly, was the recipient of infrastructure funding from the state to make this project happen. Otherwise, it would not have happened. And so any opportunity that you have to send letters to your legislators to make more money like that available, it is what is going to make housing happen. No, and wow, why didn't I not think of that? No, so what's happening across the street is, it's finally happening, a hotel. And this has been a project need for the city of Florence, identified as long as I've been here, and which is a long time, and it's finally happening. And so it will be the catalyst for a revisioning of this Florence Event Center as well. So you will see that then in probably the next 5 years. So that's the hotel. This other project I'm talking about is down by the Justice Center, and it's in a large area of town that is undeveloped, and it's undeveloped largely because of infrastructure. And there's a lot of Goal 5 resources there, and some Goal 7 challenges with regards to soils. Jacob wrote a grant for planning to do a revisioning project for that area that we're hoping to get that project going sometime in the near future, either through funding or other resources to provide an opportunity for additional housing in that area. Because right now it's very limited on how housing is available for that area, except through obviously the state saying they get to do it because they get to, if they're affordable. But we're looking for a more holistic approach to a neighborhood plan project for that area. We just see it as that there's a great opportunity there to incorporate all different kinds of planning aspects, from transportation to parks, because there's city-owned property in that area that is a dedicated parkland that's undeveloped. It's ripe for opportunity. And then some other recent work, we also just did some work on short-term rentals. Some of you who remember Claire Kurth, she wrote our implementing code that we plan to get council to finalize their approval of once we make some changes to it from an open house that we had and got a lot of public input on. And so we'll be looking, some of you have got some recent work on short-term rentals, I heard, and so we'll be looking to you for that next step on the implementation of like the land use aspect of it. We're just doing a registration program initially to kind of see what our situation is, what do we got going in Florence, with how many and where are they at, et cetera. Other than the sleuthing that we try and do, is maybe you guys do too on Airbnb and VRBO, try and figure out who they are. And then with some future work, in addition to the visioning project that I just mentioned, that Jacob was trying to get funded, the city is actively working with Lane Community College and hopefully the Siuslaw High School through their campus redevelopment. The city owns some land over there. Actually, Lane County or Lane Community College owns it, but they're looking to do a project that will hopefully put in some housing in that area, and they're doing the visioning project for it in the next 2 years on what that big parcel of land could look like and how it could integrate then also with Lane Community College and the high school campus. And then I'm also hopeful that we'll be able to work with Lane County in updating our coastal resource management plan, trying to talk about blueberry bogs and stuff that probably don't still exist, is always challenging. It's just a lot's happened since that plan was created. And there's just an opportunity there for Lane County and the city of Florence to make some updates to that plan, and then the resulting goal 16, 17, and 18 changes. And Jacob, what did I miss?
Well, you missed your highlight of the year, so I'll do that. Oh, okay. So as planners, we get to work with developers. One of the first developers I met with about 16 months ago wanted to put in a 40 home subdivision. So I'd been working with him from the beginning on that. And then we went out to comment period, and sure enough, the neighborhood next door sent some comments saying that if it was approved through administrative process, that they would definitely appeal it. So that made me a little nervous, and I made sure that my T's were crossed and my I's were dotted. And that same person ended up responding after getting our staff report and said, actually, I'm in favor of it. Which, to have someone threaten appeal and then go, I'm in favor of it, was very exciting. And so that was my win of the year.
Thank you, Wei.
Thank you. How about let's go down to Reedsport. Steve.
click that's on. Yeah, Reedsport. I've been in there now a full 1 year. Last month was my 1 year anniversary, and I survived it. They didn't take me out to the water and throw me in, so I feel pretty good about it. One of the big projects that Reedsport has, going on, of course, and it's been ongoing for about 6 years, has been the levee project. To get certification with FEMA, very important to a community that has historically been floating on a mud bog since its inception. And so we've finally have reached the point at which it's going to has gone to full final design. And so we anticipate, within the next 6 months, really moving forward with a construction project to get those levees up to where they need to be to really protect our community. So that's been very important to us. With that, said, Reedsport does not experience a lot of new home construction. We are seeing, an increase in the ADUs, but because of our landlocked nature, the majority of our improvements are taking old structures and rehabilitating them. And so we have received quite a bit of grant dollars, and additionally using our URA dollars and putting out grants to take these old industrial sites, commercial buildings, and allow them to be transformed into new affordable housing. And so this year, the city of Reedsport took down $945,000 on what was called the CERTA grant through the DEQ, which was about low embodied carbon, to allow us to do 20 remodels. We're proud to say that we've turned in 14 units now, and so they have the potential of receiving up to $45,000 each to convert these units into livable spaces. So that'll have a large impact on the downtown, where the buildings, 1927 to 1940, taking those shells and giving those shells an opportunity to become usable space in the community again. From that, we are doing a new TSP. The TSP is running in tandem with the Coos Rail. We have a significant project that's going to come through when the Coos Rail needs to be able to do the double stack cargo through our community, which will raise part of the highway system. So we're going to have a TSP done, and we're partnered up with ODOT, who has provided the funding for that project. We'll be building that at the same time. So hopefully when we're done, we have a package that looks like what our community, wants to be, in the next years. But on the personal notes, it's come down to what has the URA been able to do, because, that's, one of our better funding sources for meeting housing needs within the community. And so this last year, we were able to give a grant $200,000 in funds towards improving, downtown facades, as well as creating residential space within the commercial space, and also putting $121,000 into our hospital to allow them to build a new pharmacy, which with this relocation of the pharmacy is a big boom for the downtown, because it will bring 400 to 800 people per day into the downtown community, which, moving back to Reedsport, you realize that you don't always know where the downtown community is, because it's really, divided by highways. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for the community to reintegrate not just its uptown, but bring its downtown back, together. So I see a lot of positive.
Good to have one.
Very important to have a pharmacy. Yes, when the pharmacy that was there, and it had been there since I was a child, disappeared, that puts a community into a panic. Now they have to drive 30 miles at minimum to go get their pharmaceuticals. So this is very, very important. On the grant sides, again, giving out the money, we're going to be looking at another about $120,000 to put from the URA program into our buildings this next year. We also took down an ODOT grant and partnered with OCVA to put EV stations to have actual charging stations in the downtown. So we discovered just how sparse these are coming from Central Oregon, where you find one, at every other business. You come into the Oregon coast, these are really difficult to locate. So the city, through 100% granting, has been able to install 2, and the 2 posts went up yesterday. So that's pretty exciting for us, for the community. Let's see if we have anything else fun to say. I have to say hello to Cindy, that hopefully she's still out there on the computer. From our office, she's our planning technician. Very, very good at her job. If anybody's got some buildable land, we do have some area in Reedsport that we'd sure love to have some. And, we do have very limited space, for additional subdivisions. So, our future is evaluating what we have and how we can better use what we have. So that's a story for Reedsport. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Jill, Coos County. I'm Jill Rolfe, Coos County Community Development Director, and I'm actually going to let my staff tell you something positive and introduce themselves just because they love me.
Oh, yeah. I'm Giovanna Height. I have been in planning just shy of a year. So this is definitely something very new to me. I also changed careers, so new to me. And something positive, it is continually learning, and I love to learn. So every day I learn something new. So that's really exciting.
I'm Amanda Jimenez. I have been with Coos County for a little bit over a year. I started out as permit tech, and then permit specialist, and then I am taking on operations coordinator for our new software, Cloud Permit. Super fun. I think something positive is I did take that leap to try something new with trying a software position. It has been very adventurous, I would say, the least.
Hi, I'm Maria. I am a permit specialist. I mostly just process land use permits, and I also help with the on-site septic. So I learned a lot about people's poop tanks very fast. Did not think that was going to be what I ended up doing when I grew up, but hey, here we are. It's okay. I think a positive is just I'm new to the county, so I think just learning and understanding the community that you're in and being able to work with other people that are also have the same goals as you is really positive. And that's something that I really enjoyed being able to do. We were able to go to a conference in October, and we were able to learn about 12 of the federally recognized tribes. 9 of them are in Oregon. So we work a lot with the tribes. So that was something that I really enjoyed learning about to just ensure that we're able to continue doing quality work in the community. So. Yeah.
Great job. I will tell you, I am thankful for a lot. Staff is probably number one thankful for. We've went through quite a transition. In 2022, we went from just being a four staff planning department and taking on assuming the building codes program. Took the test to be a building official. Then in April, Onsite has came online for us, and that was a partnership with our environmental health department, but they are located in our department, and we do provide support staff for that. Eventually, they will become part of community development, but this was the creative funding mechanisms that we all have to use to get what we need. I will say I'm also very thankful for partnerships. I belong to a lot of different groups. There's a lot of different people out there. Like John, I served with John at Association of County Planning Directors. I mean, I've been at this for 24 years, and I don't think that anybody makes it anywhere without partnerships. So as far as Coos County's, what's going on in Coos County, we have a lot going on. I also am on TGM Advisory Committee. So if you guys have questions about TGM, I really support that you apply for that program. South Coast doesn't often apply for that. Coos Bay does have a grant right now, but we just don't see the numbers. So please come talk to me if that's something you're interested in. We had a LUBA case recently for a golf course, and Oregon Coast Alliance appealed it. We were successful on the appeal. They appealed it to Court of Appeals. We just got the thing back saying the Court of Appeals sustained LUBA's decision. And, you know, I consider that a great success, because whenever you go to LUBA, you're almost positively going to get something sent back. And this one didn't. So I was super excited about that. You know, for those of you that have been around a long time, LNG probably I have some, and so happy not to deal with that part of it anymore. Let's see, we are continually trying to make our program better. We're working on fees. If you guys want more information also about fees and how you can get additional land use fees to come in to cover code enforcement and program, you know, your administration of your program. Deschutes County has a really good formula. Lane County has a really good formula for that. There's some other counties that do. Cities specifically, I would agree, look at BCD's website. Lately, we've been exploring more about shrinking resources, how we do better with our resources, how we partner with other jurisdictions, whether it be the city or maybe even another county, to provide services that we all need and we just don't have the funding to provide, or expertise in certain areas. So sometimes you guys will have a planner. Maybe I heard Gail say, you know, hey, we're up for contract. Maybe they have a planner that you need. And later on today, that's kind of what I'm hoping to talk about, is how we can bridge that gap and maybe make that a reality for everybody. We process a lot of permits. We've been doing a lot of training. You know, as Amanda said, she's been with me for 1.5 years. Maria's like 1 year and 3 months, and Giovanna's just hitting her year mark. So, and we have another permit specialist that came on at the same time. And so he will be 1 year in January. So we had 4 new people starting all at the same time. I would not recommend that you do that to anybody, not even your staff, because it's really hard to train. And I also threw them all into 3 different programs right off the bat. So you had land use, building, and on-site all at the same time. So I'm just lucky that they came with me today, to be honest. And so I think that's it, unless anybody has any questions. Unless you want me to talk about Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan. Go right ahead. Okay. So Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan, we have been working to adopt this since about 2015. We've had a lot of different steps and progress. And in January of 2024, we adopted the modernized portion of it. So the new maps and some of the process, it's a multi-jurisdictional plan. We are always trying to do it better as far as administering the estuary plan. But we kind of hit a wall, especially because I didn't really have staff at the beginning of the year. And so we haven't moved forward. So we were able to work with Pew Charitable Foundation to get some funding to help us stand that program back up and try to move and put us in a place where we might be able to obtain grants other than from federal sources. Meg Reed did an excellent job of working with us to get a grant, and then we were awarded the grant, and then it was pulled. So that's, unfortunately, when you deal with federal funding and this time, this is what happens. So that's also why it kind of sat there. So I'm pretty excited to see this in the new year and moving forward. So they hired a consultant. So I'm also big into trying not to manage grants because I have been in a place where I have managed, I don't know, 5 or 6 grants at a time, and federal and state requirements, they're terrible. I mean, unless you have somebody that's dedicated to doing it. So it's really hard. And I don't think without the partnership with DLCD that I'd be able to manage any more grants, to be honest with you. And maybe it's just 24 years of talking about grants that I'm just like, I'm done. But it's the only way you can get there. And, the estuary plan ours is so large and it's so cumbersome. It's difficult. I mean, I would say you hear all the positives and the negatives, and it doesn't matter what group or what spectrum you're on, there is just, it needs to be updated no matter what end you talk from, whether it's an environmental standpoint or a development standpoint. It doesn't work. Nobody can understand what's going on in it. So, and I know, Anna, that you have a different take on your estuary plan, but I know that your estuary, yeah. And it has worked, right, effectively for you. I would say it hasn't always been effective for us, especially when you had a split jurisdictional decision for LNG that happened, and you had to go through 3 jurisdictions to get approvals for permits. And usually it's 3 jurisdictions, 3 planning commissions, then 2 city councils and a board of commissioners. And doing the update kind of put me in that position where I was almost like an applicant because I had to present to 3 different planning commissions, 2 city councils, and a board to try to get through this. Everybody has an opinion. They all have different people they answer to. Politics always plays into these decisions, even though they're not supposed to. And so it's just fun to kind of, box your way through that process. Thank you, Joe.
Way.
Yep.
Yeah. So in the spirit of nimbleness and adaptability, lunch is here. So rather than let it get super cold, how about we take a 15-minute break and folks go out and get food and load up your plates and then come back, and then we'll have housing come on because they're a little time sensitive. And then we'll take another 15-20-minute break after, and then we'll move into the rest of the program, and which will be finishing up with everybody and our state agency part. Okay, so don't be shy, run out. Flexible, but not so much. Go. Okay. Okay, so we're
Yeah, it's working.
No, I know that. So we were asking them if they take care of us. And for this act, like they tried it, it didn't work, and then I tried it later and it didn't. So maybe it will count. I don't know if I did it right now. So the next person that's here, next will have mentioned on it. It doesn't work. So
They need to be close.
Sorry, but you're mute. Just to let you know.
You're
Lisa-
on mute, Lisa. Hang on, let me unmute the Florence thing. There. Oh, it's not unmuting. Okay. There you go.
I was just letting you all know that we've just got a few more people grabbing food and then we'll be ready to start in on the housing piece. So just give us a couple more minutes. Mandy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are Joel and his folks with us?
We are here. Can you hear me?
Awesome. I sure can.
Great.
Okay. So everyone, I just want to introduce Joel Madsen, who is the manager for HAPO, Housing and Production. What's the S stand for? Services, strategies, something. No.
Accountability and Production Office.
Housing and accountability. We have so many acronyms. I just love saying them, but I often don't know what they stand for. We have another one in our department that's brand new too, called DMAPS. I don't know. It just sounds fun, but it's really about computers. Okay, so Joel, I'll let you kick off your team. I'm sorry we're a little late. Things got a little turned around, but I'm going to pass it over to you now.
Great. Thank you so much, Lisa, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you all. Glad that some of you are going to be distracted with lunch as well. So our plan for this afternoon, or I guess it's still morning, is to provide a brief update of our office, the Housing Accountability and Production Office, and then dive into some of the recent legislation. So my teammates, Kieran Turnbull and Rachel Six are here. Thanks, Kieran, for getting our slideshow up and going. Yeah, look forward to cruising through the presentation and then certainly having an opportunity for you all to ask us questions and engage in some conversation with you all. So as Lisa mentioned, I'm Joel Madsen. I'm the manager of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. Rachel Six, who is a housing planner with our office, is here with me today. And Kieran Turnbull, who focuses on housing navigation aspect of the Housing Accountability and Production Office, is also here with us this morning. As I mentioned, we will be going through a brief presentation to share a little bit more about our office, and then we'll highlight some of the session bills and then open it up for questions and answer. So some of you may be asking, like, well, what's the difference between HAPO and the housing division within DLCD? And so this is just intended to kind of help us visualize some of the similarities and differences across the divisions. I'm not going to necessarily read the slide, but again, it's a visual that helps to distinguish the work of the housing division within DLCD and the work of the Housing Accountability and Production Office, which is a joint office between the Department of Land Conservation Development and our colleagues at the Building Codes Division within the Department of Consumer and Business Services. Where we cross over is in that middle section of the Venn diagram here, around guidance, technical assistance, our mutual goal toward housing production, affordability, and choice, and rooted in that local and state partnership, where we have, again, that mutual goal of meeting housing needs. So HAPO, as many of you may know, was created in 2024 as part of the Governor's Housing Production Package with a purpose to boost, to support housing producers and cities in boosting housing production. And I really just want to emphasize, like, our approach really is that of collaboration first. And the legislation did create the mechanisms for enforcement, but that really is our last resort in our work, and is certainly not a focal point of our office. How we carry out our purpose is to ensure that local land use codes and decisions meet state law. We're also leaning into the resources that have been made available to us from the legislature for our technical assistance and funding that can go to local governments. HAPO also has a focus on research and guidance aimed at reducing barriers to production. So around model code or the permit-ready plans are some examples of that. And we also are embarking on 2 legislatively directed studies One is kind of external focused on process improvements for the residential development process, and one is more internally focused in an evaluation of state programs and policies that touch housing production. I mentioned a moment ago that our office is a joint office with our colleagues at the Building Codes Division, and so our office is really grounded in that interagency coordination. I think the next slide highlights some of the work of how we're coordinating and navigating across the state enterprise focused on housing production. So there are kind of three focal points of our coordination and navigation. One is where we're engaging with state agency leaderships in the State Housing Interagency Partnership, the goal of identifying opportunities for maximizing state resources and toward housing production and reducing regulatory burden in housing production. Similarly, similar goal in the evaluation of state agency policies and programs, which I mentioned briefly ago, which is a legislatively directed report, which will be due in September of 2026. And then at a project level, we focus on that interagency coordination through housing production navigation. So working alongside jurisdictions and housing producers to navigate the complexities of a particular state program or policy that touches their project. Our office began operating our official capacity July 1st this year, where we were statutorily directed to have a mechanism by which we could receive and respond to inquiries and complaints of potential housing law violations. And we took that opportunity to also kind of open the opportunity up a little bit more to be able to provide more informal guidance across the state as well. So this slide just emphasizes, you can kind of see where we've had interactions to date at any given county level. And it provides you a QR code and that link to direct access to our inquiry intake form. And I just want to also note in here, like a lot of our engagement has been with local governments. It hasn't just been solely with housing producers. So I know just want to welcome the opportunity to engage with you all through that inquiry and intake form where we can assign and track those inquiries and be as responsive as possible. I think now I'm going to hand it over to Kieran or Rachel to be diving into highlights from the legislative session.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. So Rachel and I today are going to just briefly cover a couple bills that passed in the 2025 legislative session. And one of those is Senate Bill 974, and the other one is House Bill 2138. So I guess just to preface before I jump into these slides, they're going to be pretty dense because we didn't want to leave out critical information. But just know that we'll share the slide deck with you all after the presentation's over, as well as we have an in-depth guidance document that our office has created that answers a lot of the frequently asked questions related to these bills to the best of our knowledge. So just know that that will be distributed after this presentation. So don't feel obligated to try to take a bunch of notes while we go through this. So like I said, the first bill that we're going to be talking about is Senate Bill 974, and there's kind of three main sections of this bill that we wanted to cover today. One of them is this final engineering plans shot clock is what a lot of people are calling it. And this is effective July 1st, 2026. And essentially it establishes review timelines for final engineering plans, which are defined as plans or reports for the design or construction of public and private infrastructure improvements following a tentative plat approval. And I think tentative plat approval is a really important term to call out in this definition. So this wouldn't apply to like a large multifamily apartment complex that doesn't involve a land division. This is just for housing developments that involve plat approval. Some examples are grading, water, stormwater, transportation, etc. And some key date parameters to keep in mind for this bill. So once an application is submitted to a local government, there are 30 days to issue a completeness determination for the application. So this essentially is just saying, does the application have all the information the local government needs to have in order to make a decision on the application? This isn't checking for correctness or approvability of the application. And the 120-day timeline, which follows the 30-day timeline, is where the local government will review the application to see if it's approvable or not. And this timeline can be told where the local government requires correction or supplemental materials for the application. And essentially, the extension is allowed for this correction of materials or additional supplemental materials up to 245 days. So the second part of this bill that we wanted to cover is the residential development applications. And this is also effective July 1st, 2026. And essentially this establishes an administrative review process for 3 different types of applications related to residential development. One of those is zone changes to allow for denser residential uses, planned unit developments, and also variances from approval standards. So there's an administrative process outlined in the bill that should be used for these 3 types of applications. A few notable pieces to this is, one, this is only applicable for land inside of UGB, and that is zoned for residential or mixed use. There's also a few types of applications that are in the bill that are called out that specifically don't apply for this administrative review process. And you can kind of think of this similar to a limited land use decision. So it's not subject to quasi judicial review, but this review is separate than the limited land use decision as defined by the bill. And then lastly, there is another provision related to residential design standards. And this is effective on September 26, 2025. So it's currently in place right now, and it has a sunset date of January 2nd, 2033. And essentially, this disallows the application of residential design standards for developments within the urban growth boundary. But this is very specific to certain types of residential development that are above 20 units and are also not defined as a multifamily structure. And a multifamily structure is defined as 3 or more units where some of the units share a common wall. So an example to think about is this wouldn't apply to a 20-unit multifamily apartment complex that's on one lot, and all of the units might share a wall with each other. This wouldn't apply to that. This would more apply to your single detached units or duplexes, anything that's less than 3 units. So there's also some exceptions to this as well, like certain land use regulations, like goal protections, fire life safety, etc., wouldn't be exempt from this. And on the bottom of the slide right here, it includes a table of some of the residential design standards that are included. So most of these are purely aesthetic, including things like facade materials, window elements, fence type, and things like that. So now I think I'm going to pass it off to Rachel to get started on House Bill 2138.
Okay, thank you, Karen, for that presentation on Senate Bill 974. I'm Rachel Six. I'm a housing planner with HOPO, and I'm going to be covering House Bill 2138. Like Karen said, this is just going to be a high-level overview today, and we'll link to our more in-depth legislative guidance document, and we'll send out the slides after this. But I want to start up front by acknowledging that rulemaking is required for many of the provisions in this bill. So and we try to highlight that on the following slides where that rulemaking is going to be underway starting next year. So there is some ambiguity in some of these sections as far as how they'll be implemented. Rulemaking will share a website where you can track rulemaking, which is going to be led by the Housing Services team that Joel mentioned earlier. So I guess we'll get started on 2138. This is the Middle Housing and Infill Development Bill, and it has some broader allowances for configurations of middle housing. It made some changes to middle housing land division statute, and it also made a couple changes to some housing laws that aren't middle housing, like single room occupancies and the clear and objective statute. I'll also note that it did do some changes to CC&Rs, but those are not considered housing laws as defined in the bill that created our office. So with this presentation, it's not within HOPO purview, and we're not going to focus on that. And with that, I will get started on the first section of the bill. So section 1 of House Bill 2138, it added some new and amended definitions to middle housing that increased the flexibility of siting options. It amended the definition of a city to include local governments with jurisdictions over unincorporated lands within UGB. So technically that could be a county now. It amended definitions for duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes to enable attached or detached configurations. It amended the definition of cottage cluster to allow detached or attached in subgroupings of up to 4 units, and added a definition of a small footprint or floor area. So that's definitely an area that we're going to be tracking in rulemaking next year to figure out what does a small footprint or floor area mean exactly. And it also added a definition of what it means to be zoned for residential use to kind of add more clarification of where exactly middle housing requirements apply. This is going to affect jurisdictions that are considered medium or large cities. So a medium city is a city with a population of 2,500 to 25,000, and large cities is 25,000 and over, cities in metro above 1,000, and as most folks here I'm sure are aware, Tillamook County, cities of any size, and communities in Tillamook County. It also added a new definition of urban unincorporated land, and middle housing will be required to be allowed on lands that meet this definition. And with that, Karen, you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this section will also, it changes the allowance of middle housing for large cities. It'll now be allowed on each lot or parcel zoned for residential use. The previous law for large cities was to allow middle housing in areas zoned for residential use for triplexes and quads and townhomes and cottage clusters with specifics that were provided in rule. So I guess I'll note that also, like, this isn't really a change for medium cities because that their requirement was already a duplex on each lot or parcel. And again, this is another area that rulemaking will be addressing, so something that we'll be tracking next year. Another change from this section is it added a prohibition on traffic impact analysis and exactions for any individual middle housing development. It includes some exceptions to this prohibition for assisted development charges, frontage requirements, or like a fee in lieu program, and also would not apply to cottage clusters of 13 or more units or townhomes of 13 or more units, and does not apply to recently platted lots, I believe, within the previous 5 years. It also will now allow middle housing to be sited on lots with certain types of existing housing. So the 3 types of existing housing include single detached dwellings, a single unit dwelling, and an ADU, or a duplex. And then as we'll get into a little more with the middle housing land division, an existing housing gets treated as a single unit for purposes of middle housing land divisions. Next up, we have bonus units for middle housing. Another area where rulemaking will be underway to help us understand implementation of this. Oh, thanks, Karen. And the bonuses for accessible affordable units, these have specific definitions in the bill. Like an affordable housing has to be subject to a covenant enforceable up to 10 years. Duplexes and triplexes will be eligible for 1 additional unit. So a medium city might end up with a triplex. And quadplexes, townhouses, and cottage clusters are eligible for up to 2 additional units. And then there's going to be commensurate increases to some of these standards to allow for the development of the bonus units. Again, rulemaking should hopefully provide more clarification on that. And we can go to the next slide. Single room occupancies was another area that this bill amended. The definition of a single room occupancy has been amended to now include detached units. There were some changes to density requirements. The requirement will now be to allow up to 3 times the maximum density that applies to multi-unit housing. And it added some limitations on the allowable off-street parking for single room occupancy units. And I'll just note that it doesn't apply to single room occupancies that are used as residential care facilities. And then we can go to the next slide now. And finally, we have Section 13, clear and objective standards. So this amended 197A 400, the clear and objective statute, to include tree removal codes related to the development of housing. And I'll note that this one was, the implementation date was immediately. So if the local government hadn't already adopted clear and objective tree removal codes, that local government would just apply the statute directly until they make that code amendment. So that would mean like not applying discretionary tree removal standards, conditions, and procedures to the development of housing. And with that, I'll send it back to Kieran.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. So as you'll probably notice, a lot of the sections Rachel talked about need rulemaking to commence before we really know how to implement a lot of this bill. The tree removal clear and objective standards, that's one part of this bill that's implemented immediately. The other part are statutes related to middle housing and land divisions. And I guess one caveat for middle housing land divisions is the statute for this can always be applied directly from the ORS. So you're able to use the statute directly for this section of the bill at least. And then also HAPO is going to be developing a model code that will kind of outline what the requirements are for these middle housing land division changes to ensure that you can align with state statute. So that will be on the way shortly to assist with this part of the bill in the short term. But so I wanted to talk about middle housing land divisions and some of the changes that came out of this bill related to them. This, like I said, is effective immediately. So there is some additional flexibilities that were added to middle housing land divisions. So as you probably know, currently it's required that there is a separate water and wastewater connection for each unit in a middle housing land division. And this bill allowed for there to be flexibility to this. So local governments can allow shared water or wastewater connections that come out of middle housing units. This is at the discretion of the local government, so local governments don't have to do this, but it's just an option that wasn't previously allowed by statute. And also, like Rachel mentioned earlier, there's the allowance for an existing residential development to be on a middle housing land division site. So if there's like a single unit home on a large lot, that could be divided off as part of a middle housing land division, and then other middle housing could be put on the rest of the lot. But that will be subject to rulemaking. There are also some changes to the middle housing land division application and processing timeline. So previously, expedited land divisions were a given to be part of a middle housing land division, but now expedited land divisions must be requested as a process from the applicant. Middle housing land divisions also must be allowed before, during, or after the building permit. So that's at the request of the applicant. The applicant can kind of choose where the middle housing land division is along the building permit timeline. And then local governments must also allow concurrent review for middle housing land divisions and partition/subdivisions. So an example here would be, say you have a large lot and you want to divide that lot into smaller ones, and then after dividing that lot into smaller ones, further divide it into middle housing using the middle housing land division. So that could all be part of one concurrent application. And a key note here is that whole application would follow the partition/subdivision timeline. So it wouldn't follow the shortened timeline that the middle housing land division has. That would still follow that like partition/subdivision timeline. So there's also some changes related to expedited land divisions. So public notice is no longer required on these. As well, there's not allowed to be a public hearing or third-party opposition against these types of land divisions, and the applicant is the only party that is required to receive a notice of decision and is the only one that's eligible to appeal expedited land divisions. And then there were some administrative changes related to these, just simply consolidating different land division processes within ORS 215 and 227. So the bill also talked about rulemaking. So it directs LCDC to commence rulemaking on the following topics listed below in the slide. And like Rachel said, the housing division within DLCD will lead this rulemaking, and more information will come out related to timelines and other things related to this. But here are just a few of the topics that are related to rulemaking, which consumed much of the bill. So much of the bill and that implementation is still to be determined, which is the key takeaway here. And then here's kind of a table with different implementation timelines related to the bill. So the bill was signed and effective on July 17th, 2025. And at the bottom of this table, you'll see the two parts of this bill that are effective immediately are the clear and objective tree codes that Rachel mentioned and the middle housing and expedited land divisions that I just went over. And like I said, middle housing and expedited land divisions can utilize state statute and apply that directly. And HAPO is also going to be creating a model code for those as well that can be used for implementation. So two things to keep in mind related to that. The top 3 rows are all going to be dependent on rulemaking. And we recognize the bill provided some slightly awkward timelines with implementation and rulemaking, where rulemaking isn't completed until after implementation. But there will be opportunity to make this work. The housing division will provide more guidance on how to implement this bill before rulemaking is completed. So don't fret. There'll be some guidance on this, and it'll be more clear in the coming months once that rulemaking process is underway. So I think that wraps up our presentation. Like Joel mentioned at the start, this is a lot of information, so feel free to email us, use the intake form to ask any questions. I'll also paste the guidance document in the chat for people to use and follow up to everyone via email as well to send out materials. But thanks for having us, and happy to open the floor for questions as we have time.
Do we have any questions in the room? I'll come back to you in just a second. Any questions online? You can raise your hand or put something in the chat. Anybody? Okay. It's totally clear. Makes good sense. Okay, go ahead, Brett.
Lunch must be good.
I have maybe more of a question for the practitioners in the room and online with regards to the public works standards and how that coordination will happen, because and then maybe this is a question back to you, Joel, on this. How will the coordination happen between the planning staff, who are many times in a separate department than the public works officials? And Joel, are you reaching out to the public works professional organizations on this as well to get the word out as well on that front?
Brett, I think you kind of had a 2-part question there. One
Yeah,
is,
so maybe let's start maybe Joel, or is there any reach out to the public works professionals and the professional groups on these new timelines for review of plans?
Yeah, Brett, thanks for that. And so HAPO as a whole has really been trying to expand our outreach efforts, but we've been focusing on those outreach efforts to housing producers and local jurisdictions. And so welcome opportunities for specifically within the local jurisdictions, those, getting ahead of public works folks, and engaging there. I also want to acknowledge, like, and Rachel kind of mentioned this briefly, like the universe of housing laws by which HAPO works within is identified in Senate Bill 1537, and some of these bills cross over, obviously, but the public works elements is one that we continue to run into as being a little bit outside the purview at times of HAPO. And so I think the opportunity is still there for, like, how do we help support the alignment and coordination as an office, and also how do we identify the opportunities for process improvements, as I mentioned, through some of the studies that HAPO is working on. Like, can we raise these opportunities for improvements to those processes in the studies and evaluation of HAPO? But those are just some initial reactions that I have, but I'd welcome Kieran and Rachel, if you have any other things you want to add to that, please feel free.
I think I'd just add on to what you said, Joel, is that Senate Bill 974, sections 3 and 8 seem like they're clearly going to go within what's considered housing laws and HAPO purview. Section 1, the final engineering review, we're not sure yet. So that's something that we're tracking to see if it's a housing law and we're able to use our resources to support an implementation. Our guidance document, I think it includes some suggestions on things that local governments can be considering doing now, as far as like tracking different dates as far as what might start and stop the clock, and starting to think about what implementation looks like for this. And that requirement does not kick in until July 1st of 2026, I believe.
Yeah, thank you for that. On I think what I would suggest, I know with a lot of the local jurisdictions, that are here today and participating, to be able to share that information with your public works department, to start giving that heads up, because I think that there's probably going to have to be some process and procedure changes maybe within organizations to be able to ramp up to that. So just encouraging, the folks, the practitioners in the room, to be able to kind of start getting this information out there, and sharing the slide deck with those public works individuals. So Amanda, I saw you had your hand up.
Yes, Brett, and did you have a question for the practitioners in the room, the planners in the room?
Yes, yeah, the room, right. I was kind of curious as to whether or not there'd been any conversations with, their internal public works, fellow public works, staff people in the organization about this. And I got some head nods that maybe it needs to happen, but what I'm kind of gathering from the room is, those dialogues may not have happened quite yet. And Ano is raising his hand.
Yeah, Ano Husing here. I'm of course, I'm just a county planning director, so a lot of this, thank God, does not, is less important for us. But wouldn't there be, Brett, to try to answer your question or provide a perspective on it, is that when TGM was put in years ago, that required so much coordination at the local level, right? Because you got infrastructure following planning and all that. Isn't there a wealth of existing, relationships and examples of how you do exactly what you're talking about because of TGM?
Yeah, I think that, I'm going to say that, and this is going back to earlier days that I was, maybe a community development director. I think there's more of a nexus there with transportation growth management, because it connected with things like zone changes and things that were planning related.
And there was a generous grant program that helped make it all happen, which is lost on the people in charge these days. They want all this stuff, right? But they don't. And the TGM thing is a classic example of everyone said that'll never work. I've been around long enough to have been there at the birth of TGM, and all of us at the local level said, this is completely unworkable. This is ridiculous. You got to be kidding me. But because there was a big investment in the consulting community that could come in and actually help the communities do these plans. So we had the resources finally catching up with the ambitions of these kinds of bills. So that's kind of a gripe. It's not really necessarily, I don't need an answer to any of that. It's just sad that that's the case. Everybody wants this stuff. And that's why the conversation about fees was so important earlier, right? Yeah, everybody wants us to do all this crap constantly, drop everything and do this and do that. And so that's why, yeah, we got to staff up and be able to put people in the seats to be able to carry out the work. And while I'm griping, one last thing. These shot clocks, it's never fun when Salem says, oh, let's just tell the planners at the local level who must be sitting on their hands and not doing anything that they just need to kick these things out a little quicker. And my truculent response has always been, give me some good applicants and I'll give you some more timely, application turnarounds. We're dealing with people that have no idea what they're doing. They're hostile to government. They're not properly resourced, and they fight us every step of the way. And then everybody wonders why we have a backlog of permits. Give me good applicants. I'll give you short time frames. Thank you. You wanted to hear what practitioners are thinking. There you go.
That was not geared at HAPO, by the way. Okay.
No, can I respond? I know, Amanda, you have your hand up, but one of the things the gentleman just made me think about, and I briefly cruised over this and there's the highlight of HAPO, but we do have technical assistance resources that, looking forward to investing with our local jurisdictions to help advance and boost housing production. So the way we've established our focus of those technical assistance resources is kind of three different types of focal areas. One is in the compliance assistance. So I mentioned also, like, the focus of our office is first and foremost collaborative. And we're hoping that these investments in technical assistance, if there happens to be an occurrence of a housing law violation that would be occurring, like, we can invest the technical assistance to help get to compliance if needed. We have another bucket of supplementary assistance. So some of you may recall, like, we partnered with the housing division here this summer to offer housing planning assistance grants, and are excited to be working with a variety of local jurisdictions from the HAPO side of things on code updates that they came in with their applications here this summer. And then the third bucket and focal point of our technical assistance resource is around education and guidance. So trying to be proactive in working alongside, again, housing producers and local jurisdictions for navigating the complexities that we have of today. So we're hopeful that these investments will really be supportive and help boost housing production, and welcome that feedback from local jurisdictions on how we could best tailor these investment opportunities to support you all as well. So that feedback is welcome along the way, but I wanted to take a minute to highlight the HAPO's technical assistance resources as well.
Thank you, Joel. Sorry, Amanda. We realized that wasn't your actual question, what you just asked.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting something. So thanks. My question, and I neglected early in the meeting for people who are newer to planning on the coast, that aside from my shrinking role specific to the coastal program, I'm the statewide natural resource specialist, and I work on Goal 5 resource in particular. So and I maybe should know this. When Kieran and Anna, you talk about tree protection codes, can you distinguish between tree protection codes and where trees are protected within some other environmental overlay, whether it be a coastal shoreland or whether it be a Goal 5 resource area, and in the valley, Willamette River Greenway? Yes, I guess that's my question.
It's very complicated. Yeah, I don't have a short answer to that.
Oh,
There's,
no, I was asking Kieran and Anna about the
oh, I think you said
definition.
Ano, okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, about the what it means to have a tree protection versus these other natural resource overlay zones. Hi, Anna.
So Joel, can your folks say, oh, you're on mute, Rachel.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that our guidance touched on the natural resources thing. So Amanda, I might have to look into that and get back to you. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. So let me do some research and follow up with you on that one.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
So basically, the housing doesn't apply where you have the goal 5 protection or goal 7 protections. So that's how they've worded it in there. Basically, it just says if it's subject to those types of standards, then it's not, they're protected. They're a protection overlay is what they are. Yeah. So you're talking about like your riparian areas, your areas where maybe you have historical overlays and stuff like that. Those are going to be accepted out. And that was the only way they could go forward with housing production was say, if you're in a hazard area, you're in, and now like we're dealing with beach and dunes, you're in this beach and dune area, those are not going to be subject to your clear and objective standards because they can't, because you have protections. Now, tree ordinances, I'm not a tree ordinance person. I have a story I'll share with you sometime offline, Amanda, but tree ordinances are really just, for instance, we don't have anybody from more metro type areas, but so you have, let's say you have 2 trees, you need to remove a tree, and then you need to mitigate for that on your lot. Those are the type of tree ordinances they're talking about. They're not necessarily protected under a goal 5 or a goal 7 resource.
Okay, and that's you're small here on my screen, but that's Jill, right?
Yes.
And Jill, the only thing I want to check is that certainly the earlier requirements for clear and objective standards did apply in goal 5 and coastal goal protected areas if it was specific that for housing. So code that I won't go into more detail there, but at least the other previous ones, the clear and objective, only clear and objective standards could apply to housing did also mean goal 5 codes and hazard codes. So like, steep slopes codes.
So when you're doing your housing study, your actual housing study and that's what clear and objective is actually applies to is you've identified your housing study. You were supposed to remove anything that had like wetlands, steep slopes, or anything like that. So if you have stuff in your housing study that is subject to those hazards, you should not have those. And that's why it can't be a conflict. Now, beach and dunes is different. Floodplain's going to be a little different too. But we've been given the advice that, especially around beach and dunes, that you can't do clear and objective standards necessarily. Some of beaches and dunes you can, but most of the beach and dune areas, you can't really do those clear and objective standards because they require us to do a geological hazard report, and you don't have that information available to you readily to check off the list.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time on this.
And maybe,
and I hear what you're saying about buildable lands and how buildable lands should be available to housing. And again, that's how it used to work. And then in 2015, things changed, and the requirement for clear and objective standards is we've been having counties and cities amend their codes to make sure that their goal 5 and hazard protection codes are as clear and objective as they can make them.
And Rihanna, I don't know if you want to kind of explain like what was explained to us through beaches and dunes. So essentially, we were told by Gordon that we could say that no construction was allowed within the certain goal 18 areas like open sand, beaches, and active foredunes, and then have the option, if they opted out of that, to then follow the path to have a geologic hazard report, so that that would be like an opt-out of the no construction clause.
Okay, yeah, I totally
Yes,
get
yeah.
that the just say no, clear and objective, which could work in the in some zones or implementation of some codes, but doesn't work for goal 5 for some reasons that I won't go into now. I mean, it could work, just more process is needed. Like you would need an ESE analysis in order to support a decision to say no, except for, because in goal 5, both the clear and objective pathway and the subjective pathway have to be equivalent.
So Joel, I think your team has a lot to kind of dive into regarding the natural resource part of the work that you're going to be doing when you're looking at your rulemaking.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Well, and just to be clear, the housing division, which is not HAPO, is navigating the rulemaking.
Sorry.
And then, but for any clarity that we can provide, I know Rachel is taking notes to be able to provide some response if we're able on the question at hand here. And just another opportunity to remind folks, like if you have those specific inquiries about, you know, how they apply in your jurisdiction, welcome those through that intake process too. And we will respond through that as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Is there any, yep.
I was concerned about the middle housing land division and expedited. That's not only were you not doing a public hearing, but no notice has, that's goal 1. And I think we need tools to explain that to our constituents. And to me, actually, one thing is to not require a public hearing. It almost sounds sort of a threat to inform your community, even that this is going on. So, if there could be some clarity on that, especially since that is effective immediately, it sounds like, because I'm going to have a hard time explaining why the low density residential development requires significant outreach, but something that's perhaps, 3 times more dense. And I understand the goal here. We're incentivizing folks to go through that, but our communities and our neighbors are not going to understand that at all. So I don't know if that's a question and a statement and it's a challenge. I don't know.
Kieran, do you want to go or do you want me to respond? Okay.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. And yeah, we understand the concerns. I guess to know, like, that's how the bill was written, and we can provide as much clarity to what the bill language states as we can. Our guidance document talks about some key talking points that might be really useful for you to be able to explain this to your constituents. So highly recommend reviewing the guidance document. But yeah, I guess it's not a great answer to say that that's how the bill was written, but I guess that's how our office has to play within those guidelines.
Yeah, I would just add that we've been getting questions on this, and happy to follow up if you have specific questions or inquiry form. It is, that process has to be requested by the applicant, and it doesn't necessarily like prohibit sending that notice that this is happening, but it's kind of perfunctory because the bill says that like you can't allow a third party to intervene. So that's kind of the feedback that we've been getting when we get that question.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna guess there might be some follow-up questions after this. So look in your inbox at some point. Thank you very much for being here. We probably could have talked a lot longer about it, so appreciate you trying to condense it into a half an hour. And it's good for folks to know that they can reach out to the program through that email and get some additional support. So thank you very much, Karen and Rachel and Joel.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity. Really appreciate it. I'll make one more plug. Also, we have open office hours every other month. So the housing division hosts those. Typically it's the first Monday of the even numbered months. That's hosted by the housing division. HAPO is hosting the odd number months. So please attend those and bring your questions and opportunities for engagement to those open forums as well. But again, Lisa, Brett, Hui, thanks for the invitation to be here with you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now
Yeah,
you can
thanks
get
all.
on with the rest of your day. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye. Okay, so now I have a little bit of a dilemma because lunch came weirdly timed and now we've got this. Can we keep going or do folks need a break? Are we good? Okay, all right, woo team. Okay, so Hui, if you can pick up where you left off.
Okay, so we left off, Coos County had finished before we took the break. And before we go into cities in Coos County, though, I just want to mention that the other city in coastal Lane County is in the house, Dune City. Rapunzel is a planning commissioner, used to be the planner for Dune City. Actually, my first planning commission training was at Dune City when my almost 7-year-old kid is now, or was a baby. Thank you, Rapunzel, for being here. The first city in Coos County, is the most northern one, is Lakeside. Sharon, please.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, I work for the city of Lakeside, and right now, I'm working in planning, zoning, code enforcement, and building permits. Yeah, I'll just tell you a little bit about Lakeside. Lakeside is in Coos County. We have 1,900 people. We're 2.2 square miles on 10 Mile Lake. We have no tax base. So that's why I have so many hats. I don't have that data, but we do have a lot of, I mean, I could get it, but I don't have it off the top of my head, but a lot of the, yes, because we have a very high median income but we, don't have any money coming into the city, or very little coming in through just some taxes. They just implemented first of all, I've been working in a municipality for 10.5 years. And when I worked for Lakeside for 6 years and then went to Florence for 3.5. But, and when I was gone, they introduced the ATVs to our city streets. And they did that hoping to bring some TLT dollars into Lakeside, which it did, but not much, like 67,000 a year. But we probably spend $67,000 a year cleaning up after them. Right now, we did a wetland tour yesterday with DSL, and so what's going on in our city is that there were all of these wetlands in the floodway, in the floodplains, where the property is very cheap, very inexpensive. So now people have bought all of that and they're trying to develop. and I'm trying to stop them. And I had a meeting with somebody just last month who I did a stop work order, and they came into my office and said, too bad, we're gonna do it whether you like it or not. We visited that site yesterday, and they did. And yes, they did. So we have no law enforcement. We don't have anything, but listening today, I think I have some ideas of where I can at least maybe find some more money for code enforcement and different things like that. We do have our wastewater treatment plant is in the process. We received a $14 million grant from ARPA funds. And so we got that so that we could move our wastewater treatment plant out of the floodway. So now it's going up on a hill. And so we're working with that. We are not sure if 14 million was enough, so we were able to get us 2.5 million grant loan combination and as a contingency. And so we should be doing well in getting that completed. It has to be completed by September 2026. And then, so that was a big deal, getting that second grant loan. And I've just really been trying to just do catch up, try to keep people out of everything. And so my accomplishment for this year, what happened is our city manager quit in April, and I was doing planning before that. And then when she left, I had to step up to be the city recorder pro tem. So yeah, so another hat. And then, but we just hired somebody 2 weeks ago, and she's doing wonderfully. And I get to step back and do the other things and teach the new person or help with the new person learn the ropes. So anyway, so my accomplishment for this year was basically just to keep the lights on. And I did it. Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. Next city will be North Bend. Palak, are you available?
Yes. Hi, everyone. So my name is Palak. I'm the city planner with City of North Bend. So I joined the team about 5 months back, and since then the city is buzzing with activities. So we have numerous amount of housing projects going on, and city is actively working on updating our strategic plan, our comprehensive plan updates, and also implementing code updates for zoning and business regulations. And other than that, the city is also working to create a land bank authority to redevelop our brownfield properties and help generate more housing. So, a success I would say I'm proud of as a city would be the city received housing planning assistant grant from DLCD, and with Coos County, Coos Bay, we are also working with OpenForm on launching new digital zoning platform across 6 cities in Coos County. Additionally, the city is also working with Coos Bay and Coos County on its cloud permit conversion, with staff continuously working and getting weekly training on the new cloud-based permitting software. And if I say a personal success, not just North Bend, but Oregon was new to me. So one success for me was to understand the city and the community and how they work together, and how the planning works in the city, how each department works. So about that, and also learning to wear multiple hats. It has been a great opportunity for my personal growth and skill development, I would say so. So, yep, that would be it from my side.
Thank you, Palak. And Coos Bay was here earlier, but Coos Bay is not here currently. So we are going down to Curry County now with Gold Beach. Anthony, are you available? Anthony Pagano.
It shows he's on, but he might have stepped away.
Maybe it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Lisa, do you want to do state partners and then, yeah. Okay.
I can't hear you online, Lisa.
Registered and non-registered. It's like a wild ball.
How's this better?
That's a lot better.
Yeah. It helps when the mic's on. What did I say? Oh, we have a fair number of folks from ODFW, and I was wondering if one person might be speaking on your behalf. And then Amy suggested that in order of importance, she should go. No, she didn't really say that. She said Joyce should go.
Hi, folks. Joy Lovett. You know, I appreciate that Amy wants to give an update. I think with Amy and Chris, if there's anything local in their watersheds, I think it would be great to highlight. I think from just you know, from ODFW's perspective, I think we value these meetings and relationships. I think definitely networking in person. So I'm glad that Amy and Chris are both here. So yeah, if there's anything that you all have as far as updates, or if there's any questions, I can be here to answer questions. But I think as far as local updates, they'd be the best one to chime in.
Geez, Joy, you could have at least answered like what your one thing of positive outcome has been this year. So for those who don't know me, I'm Amy Dar. I'm the regional habitat biologist for what we call the Umpqua watershed, which is Coos and Douglas counties. I do many things, including planning engagement and various other permit engagement, kind of coalescing comments across our divisions on public commenting opportunities. I share overlap with Chris Clare down there, who I'll hand things off to next in Coos County. So we kind of divvy up that space where I kind of only cover where his fish coverage area ends. But you know, a lot of that activity at the local level that I hear about happens a lot more in that area that he covers. And so I don't have, actually, there's already been an update on one of the more major things that I commented on down there, and Jill gave that. But otherwise, I've been mostly on the land, the non-coastal side of things in the last year or so. My major accomplishment actually doesn't have to do with planning. If I'm honest, I just finished implementing a very large Good Neighbor Authority project with the U.S. Forest Service, doing some fish enhancement projects up in the Umpqua, where we put installations via helicopter into, let me count, 5 streams and 4 ponds for northwestern pond turtle. And while I only had it in my lap for 3 years, the conversations started in 2013. So it was really satisfying to
finally get that implemented. And I will pass to Chris.
Thanks, Amy. In a few years, Amy will have more to say probably than me. I'm a habitat protection biologist out of Coos Bay. And part of the reason I'm still in this game is because there used to be 5 of us across the state, and our primary goal was to work largely with DLCDs, Army Corps of Engineers, DSL, and all the county and city planning and zoning jurisdictions. I consider you all my close partner in protecting natural resources, even though you may not think of yourself that way. Zoning and planning in Oregon under Tom McCall, not to be anybody special in the knowledge of that, was set up to, do things wisely. And I, feel some support more often from Jill, because I work with her a little bit more about protecting resource values through doing things methodically and wisely. And so I consider you all allies in a way, even though you probably don't think of yourself of raising fish, deer, and helping water quality. Some of the positive things are being able to get projects through, and I work with a lot of partners, watershed councils, and we have to get permits to do wetland projects, tie gate projects, stream projects, 404 DSL core, fill and removal, county planning, conditional use application permits. To get grant money, you've got to have a county planning sign off. To get OWEB money released, millions and millions of dollars. And so I often am helping being a technical advisor and a permit writer with the three watershed counselors for 4 organizations in my zone, but I work real closely with 2, and then on some occasions with Coos Watershed and 10 Mile, helping coordinate and provide technical advice and actual writing of permits, 404 fill and removal, county planning, use, zoning activities. I've got a ODFW permits going in for work we need on our property. Our hatchery needs some fill and removal. Got to have a 404. I was just talking to Jill this morning, trying to get a few details on how, if their process is updated for, submitting my permit and such. So probably I've got a lot of positives. A lot of them are a year out or 2. They've been last year. We finished a big tie gate project, I did all the enforceable policy analysis with DLCD, shipped it off to Jeff Burright before he jumped ship and kicked me to the curb. And now I'm working with somebody that's smarter and a roller. And so that's great. But what you probably didn't know is that not only you do know that we work with the county rules and regulations, which are linked to DLCD, to look for opportunities to comment on those to protect habitats. And Jill sees those, and Amanda and staff at Coos County Planning. We don't do it as much in the cities often because sometimes the city is all developed and there's not as many animals left, unless it's the turkeys that are chewing up your flower bed and the stray deer. But there's not a lot of open streams or riparian areas left to protect in cities, but those are important features. But the thing you might not know is the enforceable policies with DLCD, which goes to salmon and food fish, and their goals that if an activity on the landscape that might be coming through the pipeline has implications for damaging the habitats that support those critters protected by enforceable policies under DLCD, ODFW has direct linkage to work directly with DLCD on that to get some protections or mitigation for that. So that's probably a quick review. I've had several tie gate projects that were helping agricultural landscapes and needed heavy duty permitting on them. I've got one right now that's finally got a permit for Winter Lake Phase 3. We had some special and fun mosquito discussions with Coos County Planning on that one for 7 months and 4 hearings. But there was, it wasn't planning, but Jill was in the middle because they were using her as leverage to prevent getting a permit until they got some assurance. But I really appreciate everybody here immensely, because the coordinated and methodical process of moving forward in Oregon has huge benefit for the 4.5 million citizens and the natural resource production. I've lived in a couple other states, and the willy-nilly development has caused more damage faster to natural resources. I do understand from the landowner's perspective that the permitting is agonizing for them. And in some cases, you know, if it's $1, it's too expensive. So I think that's all I got. And unless anybody has any questions, I'm highly interested in coordinating with anybody. If you have questions, how we're doing things with ODFW down in my neck of the woods, we all kind of work for Joy, Amy and I do, on natural resource things as far as policy goes, but on the day-to-day, what kind of comments would you provide? Amy would have some options, and we don't always have enough ODFW bandwidth in a lot of these other zones for them to chime in. I mean, some of you probably never hear from ODFW because there's not staff time. I just happen to be one of the last land use protection people left in the agency at a district level, and then Amy is at a more of a watershed level, and that's a relatively new position there. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Chris.
And I, as a point of order, make one comment about history here. You mentioned Tom McCall, right? To say, yes, he was terribly instrumental in the whole thing. So I know quite a bit about the beginnings, the origins of Oregon land use. We're in Florence, Oregon. This is where it all began, right here, with Wilbur Turnick. Was the, you see, there's the look of recognition. Oh, yeah. So Wilbur Turnick, who lived here in town, and Jenna knows all about Wilbur, right? McCall placed a challenge to all the local government officials, like 1970 in Newport at the brand new Marine Science Center. And he said, you need to do planning. And a whole bunch of our people basically said, we don't need your stinking, we're doing okay. Tom, go away. But Wilbur Turnick, who was Mr. Florence, had like wore 3 or 4 different hats, and was extremely well connected, understood the challenge, and single-handedly went up and down the Oregon coast and persuaded everyone to adopt the OCC and DC bill. And there's a wonderful photograph of McCall and Turnick, be happy to get it for you, that where McCall writes on the bottom, okay, Wilbur, now we got to make this work. So how can we not acknowledge Wilbur Turnick in Florence? And that's why, thank you, you gave me the opportunity. I was finding a way to nudge that in here somewhere. So thank you for that. Yeah, the original commission that led to Senate Bill 100 was the Oregon Coastal Conservation and Development Commission. Its office was at the Pier Point Inn across the river. And it was Wilbur and all the people that Wilbur could attract that made it happen. So without Wilbur Turnick, there would have never been OCC and DC. Without OCC and DC and Wilbur Turnick, there would have never been a Senate Bill 100. And we've really got to do a better job of understanding our own history better. But I appreciate you gave me that opportunity. So thank you for indulging me with that. Love you, Wilbur.
Okay. We have online, I saw we've got OPRD, we've got another person from DSL. I didn't know if so Kevin, did you want to say anything for OPRD or at least introduce yourself? Or Natalia with DSL, Department of State Lands. Did you want to add anything into today from DSL perspective? Could be they went to
Hi everyone. I think Jeffra is on this.
She is.
Yeah, so I just joined to see part of that, like Rocky Habitats stuff. Just so I will not be full session. They have other obligations. Yeah, but for introduction, I'm Natalia Strunatka, Territorial Specialist, Department of State Lands.
Thank you, Natalia. Since Kevin might have stepped away.
No,
go
I'm
ahead.
here. Sorry, I was having technical issues.
That's okay.
Kevin Herkamp, I'm the Ocean Shores Program Coordinator with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Really the only kind of The highlight for this last year is we are finally back up to full staff. As I heard some other people say, we have recently brought on a new compliance focused permit specialist to augment Tyler with the work he's doing with the permitting and compliance. And so we'll be able to kind of reinitiate some of those efforts, as well as we'll be helping out with more simpler permits. And we also brought on a Sea Grant fellow looking at our statutory vegetation line and kind of modernizing that, as well as some other resource inventory work, hopefully on the ocean shore. So two new people brought in the last couple months. As far as highlights for us, probably the biggest one is we are kind of more or less officially, I'll say officially,
That was such a cliffhanger, Kevin. Are you there?
I can probably finish for him.
No.
You may have to.
Okay.
Lisa, do you want me to just
Yeah.
say, wait, I have a
Yep,
feeling I know what you
yep,
would
yep,
say?
yep.
Okay.
You could go ahead, correct permit rules.
Kevin, if you are back on, can you repeat that? Because you dropped off.
okay. Which part? Sorry.
Well,
When you said you're about to kick off
yeah,
the
Oh, okay.
rulemaking.
officially
No, that's
kick
good.
off silence.
Yeah, so we are just about ready to kick off our ocean shore alteration permit rulemaking. We have been doing the research and development up until this point in time. In early December, we'll be convening our rules advisory committee. And then following that, we should be opening our rulemaking officially in April at the commission, with public review in May and June, and then final adoption in September.
Awesome. Thank you. That's good for everybody here to know. Any questions? Okay, or online? So I think that takes us through everybody that we know, but I see some names on there that maybe we didn't touch. They say guest. I wasn't sure if we know who everybody is.
We do have Anthony back from
Okay.
his break,
Great.
and I saw that Erica from Vernonia has so
Okay, that's who I was wondering.
okay.
Okay, so let's give those three. So let's start with Erica and then go to Anthony and Kuz.
Erica, we're giving updates. Do you want to give an update with what's going on in Vernonia?
Sure. Yeah, I have been the contract planner out in Vernonia for, I guess, about a year and a half now. So still kind of getting my legs under me a little bit. We're a little bit in a holding pattern right now. We considered applying for some of the DLCD grants, but ultimately decided the timing wasn't quite right. We have a really new planning commission, and I think we're in pretty bad need of code update, a comprehensive plan update, public works update, but we need to kind of do some groundwork and building a little bit of kind of political will and kind of education and public understanding of just the planning process before we kind of want to really commit to dedicating resources towards those efforts to kind of figure out what is feasible. We kind of over the last year, we're in the throes of multiple updates to our flood hazard management code, which kind of sucked a lot of resources out of the city's staff. To what end, still kind of to be determined, but kind of felt like we needed to do that. Not a ton of development happening. We're getting close to kind of being built out. I mean, we have a very small city area. It's about 1.7 square miles, and about 30% of that is in the 100-year floodplain. So there's some already, entitled single family housing going up. But other than that, yeah, we're kind of sitting tight for a little bit and hoping to kind of start doing some investment that will come to fruition maybe a couple years down the road and some bigger updates.
Sydney, are you available to give an update for Coos Bay?
Hi, yes, I am. Um, so I guess I'll start with I'm Sydney Anderson. I'm one of the planner ones for the city of Coos Bay. I started 6 months ago, and so I'm, relatively fresh to the world of planning. I'm representing the city of Coos Bay today, and so I'll try and give an update as best I can on some things that are going on, but it might not be the most fully fleshed out idea of what's going on. So we've got some code amendments that they are going to the Planning Commission next week. Pretty exciting. Got an Englewood housing development, which is some workforce housing. There's going to be 27 units, it looks like. Started with 30, but then got cut down to 27 to make more room. And so there's that housing. And then there's also another development at Timber Cove still ongoing. It's been in the works for a little while now, but I think it's something like 400 units. And so it's a big one. All hands on deck for that. Then lastly, we are similar to the other jurisdictions. We're transferring from Acela to Cloud Permit. And so that's been a big push to kind of get the data transferred and staff trained on what that new program will look like. Yeah, that's all I've got for the city of Coos Bay.
Thank you, Sydney. And Anthony, are you back?
I'm back.
Yay.
Sorry, I'm the only one here right now, so I'm bouncing back and forth and I missed you the first round. Update for Gold Beach. We've got, we're in the works on a 19-unit affordable housing project going in. It's an old commercial building that they're looking at rehabbing and then adding some additional new buildings. We've got a 20-unit veteran housing project that's in the works also. That should be opening soon. We've been working, the city's purchased a piece of property we've been working towards workforce housing on. So we finally have some forward push on that. We're looking at doing 38 units on a piece of property, partnering with the hospital and school district and port and county. So that one will be exciting. And then we've got just started construction yesterday. We have a new Marathon gas station coming in. So that's causing a lot of headaches for people because they didn't buy it and they don't want another gas station. So, but they don't get a say. And then I guess success, I'm going to say Hue came down to visit us a couple months ago or a month ago and did some training for our planning commission. They were pretty new. So that was very important for us to get done and she did great. So we were super excited to have her.
That was super fast. Any questions for any of those three? Do you want to just do it during your part, or I think that's all I was doing. You can go ahead, Jabra.
Hi, this is Jabra Brown, the Aquatic Resource Planner at Department of State Lands. So I love coming to these meetings. They're always the highlight of my year. I want to thank Ano because he always sets the stage for comments. So the one comment that I was asked to share with you is that Department of State Lands is raising its fees starting January 1st. This is this is part of our strategic plan to study if we were getting cost recovery. So for those of you who are thinking about it, I'm looking at a few of you. We had our staff actually track their time on permits and delineation reviews and things like that. We were only getting 21% of our costs back. And the land board said we had to do better because our goal in life, what we were told to do at statehood, is to raise money for the Common School Fund. So a lot of what was paying for our other programs, all of our programs, was coming out of that fund. So we will be raising, and it's all, if you go to our homepage, there is a fact sheet about all the details. So they will be rising over the next 5 years until we get to 80% cost recovery. I also wanted to make sure that you were aware of my other colleagues who are here with me. So I kind of act as, well, I do many things. I act as the point of contact for you guys if you're like, have general questions about our regulations, or if you don't know who to talk to, call me and I will set you to the right person. And I'll do the best I can to answer your questions. If you leave me a message, I will call you back. But here with me today is Brittany and Ben, who are aquatic resource coordinators. So I will not answer questions that are specific about something that's going to be on a permit. I will give you, generic things about our regulations. The aquatic, so they're covering kind of the South Coast. It's other people in the North Coast. But they're the ones to talk to for permit specific items. Also with me is Sabra Comet, who is from the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve, and she might have something to say from there. Otherwise, I'll be talking to you later, so I'm going to sign off.
Announcement. I was just curious whether you knew if there'd been much discussion in that feedback that you got, your agency got on doing better, on whether they perceived that a increase of non-compliance with permitting might happen based on the fee increase, and like whether that fee increase, it was going to encompass being able to support, like, I know compliance monitoring and response is a huge time suck for some of your staff. And so like, does that support in potential increased staffing needs on the compliance side of things?
Well, that study was based on current staffing. Of course, our aquatic resource coordinators are also responsible for enforcement. All I know is that there was a RAC about this because we had to go through rulemaking to change fees, and I hear that it was there was a full broad spectrum of interested parties represented, and they had a broad spectrum of ideas about raising fees or not. The legislature did give us another aquatic resource coordinator and another wetland ecologist with this in this last session. And gratefully, we have a few more GIS people coming on, and I'll touch on that later when I do my presentation. So, yes.
Sabra, would you like to round us out and do an update for the NEAR?
Can folks online hear me? Okay. So my name is Sabra Comet. I'm the Training and Engagement Coordinator for South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve, also usually called South Slough Reserve. We are a federal state partnership. Since there's so many new planners in the room, I'm going to go ahead and just give the short spiel. we're the first in over 30 reserves that now exist in the coastal lakes, coastal states, Great Lakes, and U.S. Coastal territories. Our federal partner is NOAA. We're the only National Marine Research Preserve in Oregon. Celebrated our 50th anniversary last year. And although our lands are just outside of Charleston, southwest of Coos Bay, my program in particular does do needs assessments and trainings if needed up and down the coast. The branch of DSL that is not here today for probably good reason, but not sure if everyone knows about the Elliott State Research Forest. That is now under DSL as well. They are staffing up, and you'll probably be hearing more about them. So us being a state-federal partnership, we're doing okay. NOAA is trying to, like OCM, is doing a very good job of trying to keep all of the base programs going. The one thing that you all in here might hear about is one of our major funders, the Neuroscience Collaborative, had to rescind funding for new projects this year in order to keep their staff, which is great. Much rather that happen. So if you heard of any new projects going on with fire management, I think there was some coastal resiliency projects potentially coming out of that. We have to pause new work for those for at least this year, maybe a couple years. So if you were hearing about some of those and then it just disappeared, that's why. We will be focusing on keeping our current projects, obligations, and baselines and staff going. Just our collaborations that would require additional funding are going to be a little bit more limited, but we're still going to keep on trying to work with partners as much as possible. Our success for the year, despite all those challenges, is for those of you that are a little bit more local, you might know that our front entrance to the visitor center and the head of our trails is a little hard to find. There's a very nice sign out front, but then you have to go down a long driveway to a small parking lot, and it doesn't look like much. So our Friends group, the nonprofit affiliated with us, Friends of South Slough, was able to utilize a large $1.1 million project, I believe. That's going to be groundbreaking early next year. It's going to have a lot more parking, beautification. There's going to be a walking trail through there. There's going to be a gazebo, and there'll just be a lot more space for people to utilize the space, especially if it's windy and or rainy, which it is a lot. And then I will do one shameless plug for a series of trainings that I am queuing up for either late winter or early spring of next year. After sitting in on this group, as well as a lot of the other Port and Coos Bay development projects that are going on, I am putting together a curriculum for ecosystem services valuation for non-economics people, decision makers. So that could be people in this room. This could be your commissions. This could be even private citizens that are concerned about ongoing development projects. I'm trying to make it very accessible to people who have little to no economics background. So if you're all interested in that, please reach out. I'm probably going to be starting more local and then moving my way about, but I am still looking for what specific groups are interested in that. So with that, I will conclude.
I just have one question. You had, you mentioned the Elliott State Forest. Is that going to be housed at Shutters Creek?
Yes, so the question was if Elliott State Research Forest is going to be housed at Shutters Creek. Yes, they currently are using, I think, 2 or 3 of the buildings, and they're trying to rehabilitate, budget pending, the majority of the buildings at Shutters Creek into larger meeting spaces, potentially even being able to bring education and school groups up there to utilize the forest, similar to what we have at South Slough. That's a little bit farther down the road, but right now we're just getting it fully staffed up and the advisory committee convened. But there's a lot of excitement and some great folks already there. I'm sure that they will come to one of these meetings eventually, but it's more of a question of capacity right now. Oh, and they will have a comprehensive plan coming out, I think, next year.
We're they're our largest customer for our wastewater. So that's why I was asking.
All right, lots of good stuff, lots of good stuff. This is the best part of the meeting in a lot of ways, just getting to hear from everybody and having some aha moments for sure. We're gonna take a break because you didn't get one really. We're gonna take a break and we will come back at 1:30 and then we'll be pretty much on track because we built in some wiggle room to this agenda. We'll hear from Eva, who's going to talk about Rocky Habitat. We'll hear from Meg, who will do, just give you a quick update on the coastal public access rulemaking. Then we'll go to Jill and then, Jevra, and then, I think we've got one more, coastal resilience, and then we'll be wrapping up. So 1:30, everybody, and thank you, everybody online. We'll just mute everything in here. And then there's so much. So, yeah, another thing, round two.
There are brochures out front on the table. One is for sea level rise and king tides, and the other is about Goal 18 and beaches and dunes. And you're welcome to take as many of either of those as you would like for your communities. And I have a whole box full of both, so you can seriously take as many as you want. Please. I beg of you.
can't hear you. Looks like it got muted again, I'm thinking. Yep.
Okay, Eva, are you close by?
You should be able to share your presentation, Eva.
Excellent, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me just get set up here. All right, can you see my slides?
Yep.
All right, and can you see it if I advance it?
Yep.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for
You put Eva on this one. Oh, sorry, Eva. I just wanted to be able to, everyone to be able to see you too. So just a sec. There you go.
Great. Thank you so much for having me and including this on the agenda, Lisa. And hello, everyone. My name's Eva Krukowski. I am the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator. And I'm here to present a summary of Rocky Habitat management planning on the coast. And let me make sure I start a timer so I can keep myself running short here. All right. So this work came out of, we're wrapping up a 2-year project that started in the beginning of February 2024. And it came out of a longer designation process effort to get new Rocky Habitat sites designated. And so that I'm excited to share some about this with you today. So this work is rooted in the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3, which is called the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. And this document is a framework that natural resource planning agencies use to coordinate the work that we do in rocky habitats. So some of the strategies that lead this work are objectives like allowing for the enjoyment of Oregon's rocky shores while protecting them from overuse, fostering personal stewardship of Oregon's rocky shores, enhancing biological communities, and improving our knowledge of the ecosystem on the coast. And then finally, fostering coordination among various agencies. So this work came out of a multi-year public proposal process that led to the designation of 8 new sites on the coast. And I'm sharing a map here just because, and I will share 3 more maps because I know that everyone loves maps. You know, we're planners, and so I want to make sure I included that. So this is a really cool tool that we used in this designation process called Oregon Sea Sketch. And this website allows users to draw a map, draw a polygon on the map of coastal Oregon to propose a new site to be designated. And so this was a multi-year effort that happened during the pandemic, where community groups came together, and it was really a grassroots effort to get new sites protected and designated as rocky habitats on the coast of Oregon. And the reason why designation is important is because it elevates the needs of that site to a higher level. You know, all natural resource agencies care about the protection of our coastal marine resources, but adding a designation layer to it adds, in some cases, more regulations about harvest and foraging that people might do when they visit the site. It also highlights new opportunities for things like interpretation or education programming at the site. And it also just kind of, brings communities together to bring like-minded people together who care about this type of work. And so you'll see on this slide that this did result in an interagency rulemaking with the Department of State Lands, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. And so we work really closely with those agencies to make sure that we are all on the same track. So these are the 8 new sites that extend farthest north, Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area in Cannon Beach to Cape Blanco Marine Research Area just north of Port Orford. So I've had the privilege of working with a lot of these local communities along the coast and these different boxes that are highlighted here. And so I've been so privileged to be able to visit a lot of these places, do site visits, and really get the sense of how diverse the landscape is on the Oregon coast, and how that leads to unique needs for each site. All together, with all of the designations, there are 22 Rocky Habitat protected areas on the coast. And so I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of the sites that have been designated for a longer time. For example, Haystack Rock Marine Garden in Cannon Beach, Yaquina Head in Newport, and Brookings or Harris Beach down in Brookings. So I'm sure you're also familiar with marine reserves and marine protected areas. And so those are a different type of marine designation. But there's a lot of overlap in terms of the communities that work with marine reserves and the communities that work with Rocky Habitats. All right, so something that I've really learned from my work at the department is that public and nonprofit partnerships are really what drive this work in particular, and what makes marine conservation projects so strong. I've had the privilege of working with many dedicated community members on the coast, like environmentalists, foragers, students, divers, and anglers or fishermen, which has really been my favorite part of doing this project, is working with community members. And I'm sure many of you feel the same way when you're able to do community engagement. This photo was from the Bandon Library, which you might recognize. So this was from last year. We hosted 5 in-person workshops on the coast to meet with communities. And I think maybe some of you might have attended some of these, which was really exciting to be able to kind of hear from community members about what they want to see happen in these new designated sites, and how can we make that happen, basically. So we had a workshop series. We had public comment, and I was able to work with some students at Portland State University. We also have an annual training for volunteers and seasonal staff that do interpretation at these sites. And then I've also been able to share some project updates with you all and with our commission as well. So I wanted to make sure I spent time going through the different organizations that play a role in this work, not only to kind of highlight them and give thanks to the people who've been involved, but also, if you are interested in natural resource conservation, if you're interested in maybe highlighting or coordinating with some of these groups on the coast, I want to make sure that you know who's involved and who's interested in this work. And hopefully it can help make some connections that way. So these are the list of the coast-wide organizations that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. I mentioned the agencies on the bottom. Also, Oregon State Police are crucial in enforcing habitat law. And then starting from the top of the list, we have Bird Alliance of Oregon, Oregon Shores, Oregon Marine Reserves Partnership, which is a partnership of nonprofits that are like the Friends Group or the sister organization that coincide with all of the marine reserves on the coast. And they're a really wonderful group that kind of mirrors a lot of the work that we are doing in this project. There's a Surfrider Foundation, Solve Oregon. Solve does a lot of wonderful beach cleanup projects on the coast. Reef Check helps, does really wonderful volunteer dives and supporting the Oregon Kelp Alliance on the South Coast in particular. Alaka Alliance, I'm sure you're familiar with, and then the Oregon Coast Visitors Association. And then I wanted to highlight some of our partners and also other organizations that are more regional. So on the South Coast, this photo was from the ribbon cutting last year, unveiling new interpretation signage at Coquille Point in Bandon. And so everyone in the blue sweatshirts here is from the Shoreline Education for Awareness, which is a really dedicated board. And they're very active in Bandon. And they have been also working somewhat with the South Coast Rocky Shores group. And South Coast Rocky Shores group is supported by Oregon Shores, but it's a really small group of people. It's really, they were very active in getting Black Lock Point and Cape Blanco designated. And so particularly planners and folks on the South Coast are really trying to build capacity in this group in particular. And so I'd be happy to connect you with some of the folks down in Port Orford and Bandon that are growing that group. There's Charleston Marine Science Center, which I'm sure you know, facilitated by the University of Oregon, Redfish Rocks Conservation Coalition, Oregon Kelp Alliance, Curry Watersheds Partnership, and the Cape Blanco Heritage Society, which supports the lighthouse at Cape Blanco. All right, and then moving up, Central Coast organizations. This photo is from the Cape Foulweather Marine Conservation Area. So the Seven Capes Bird Alliance has been working really hard on this project, and Kent Dowdy, who's in the orange jacket here, staff member at Bird Alliance, and he's been really leading and co-facilitating the partners group with me. The Friends of Otter Rock has also a very dedicated board. They've been organizing the annual training for coastwide volunteers. And so they're also very active on the coastwide, not only on the Central Coast. The Hatfield Marine Science Center, Oregon Coast Aquarium, Cape Perpetua Collaborative, and Cascade Head Biosphere Collaborative are the two friends organizations, nonprofits that support those two marine reserves. Then finally on the North Coast, there's the Seven Capes Bird Alliance and Bird Alliance of Oregon. They both also do work on the North Coast. A North Coast Land Conservancy, which I'm sure you're familiar with on the North Coast. Haystack Rock Awareness Program, which is also funded by the City of Cannon Beach. So Haystack Rock Awareness Program is the only one of these education programs that is funded heavily by the City of Cannon Beach. So it is a model that possibly other cities could adopt down the line. And I'd be happy to connect you with folks if you'd like to learn more about that partnership. Then finally, we have the Friends of Netarts Bay, or WEBS, and the Lower Nehalem Community Trust. So everyone is just has been so wonderful in this work, and it's been a really privilege to work with everyone. All right, so we have developed management plans for each of the new sites, and I am eager to hear feedback from you, or if you know of any commissioners in particular or city council members that you know have a particular interest in marine conservation, in tide pooling, or in you know, sort of beach safety, like those kinds of interests. If you know of a commissioner or council member, maybe even a coworker in particular that would be really interested in sharing feedback on that, please reach out to me and let me know, because we're really trying to make sure that the final drafts of these plans are really that the communities are excited about them. So basically at the workshops, we heard from community members what are their top priorities for interpretation, education, also community science initiatives. In this photo, they are doing a beach survey at Short Sand. So this is an example of you know, the combination of both education and community science projects. And so the Rocky Habitats are kind of like the perfect medium between connecting both of those worlds. And so it's why there's so much public interest in doing this kind of work. And then we also heard about concerns around safety and compliance issues with enforcement and those types of things. And so we took those ideas, discussed actions that could happen, and then have compiled all of those into the management plans for all of the sites. All right, I'm just going to move us along here. I'm not going to go deep into these slides because I want to make sure we have enough time for the rest of the meeting. But marine conservation areas are one of the type of designations of rocky habitats, and there's a list of the marine conservation areas here on this slide. Marine research areas is another type of designation. They support long-term research at each of the sites. And finally, marine gardens or marine education areas are probably the most well-known designation type. And that's for a reason. That's because they're usually the most accessible, like Haystack Rock. They usually feature a lot of sand or easy access to the beach. And so these are the sites that we really want to promote or support visitation efforts. And some of the other sites we might want to, support interpretation from a distance where we don't necessarily want to disturb the habitats too much. So this is a collaborative effort between multiple agencies. So there's lots of information online. There's the Oregon Tide Pools website that's hosted by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. We have a website, Oregon Ocean Information, that has details about each site individually and also about the planning effort and how to get involved in this type of work. And then the last two images are from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And they have this really wonderful online map tool that shows all of the designated areas with state regulations associated with them. And so it's a really helpful way to know before you go, if you are planning on harvesting. And then one last plug to kind of some, local efforts. I know from working with a lot of the community members that folks are really interested in more interpretation paneling, brochures, even public art. And so if part of your work plan is coming up with a community art project, or, if there's a blank wall in your downtown that you want to fill with information, I can connect you with community members that would be really excited about the opportunity to contribute to marine education. And so these are some examples of public art down in Cannon Beach, or sorry, at Bandon with made of marine debris. And then these are two interpretive panels. The newest one on the top here, Tribal Tradition, is sharing kind of the story of the tribal significance of rocky habitats down on the South Coast. And so this is another an example of something that could definitely be replicated in other places. I mentioned this a little bit, but this is what's coming next. Continuing to build relationships with local governments and organizations, hoping to support making those connections, sharing any feedback on the management plans before this project wraps up at the end of the year. And then our partners are continuing this work in the future when we have some internal goals as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate the time today.
Eva, could you if you know, sorry about putting you on the spot here. Can you give folks an idea of when you're going to be rolling out the last 7 management strategies for people's reviews?
Yes. Yeah. They will be coming in the next week or so, and I will share an email with everyone to let you know when the plans are available for review. And I'm really, really excited to connect with you all on the plans. And I'll share a link in chat. Mandy shared the link to our website, and I'll share our webpage where those plans will be located.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Anything online? Oh, there's something in the chat. I don't. Oh, okay. Mandy was providing where you can go to look up some more information. All right. Thank you very much, Eva.
Thank you.
For folks that have worked with Eva, I just want to let you know that this will be her last meeting with us in this capacity. So if you run into her again, it'll be under different circumstances, but we've very much have loved having Eva with us. And this work is really going to go far, far into the future, helping protect these areas. So thank you very much, Eva. All right. Next up, we have Meg Reed to talk about the Coastal Public Access Rule.
Great, thank you. Hey everyone, hope that you're having fun in the room together. I wish I was there in person as well, but glad we have this opportunity. So I'll talk a little bit about an initiation of a rulemaking that we're going to be starting for the topic of coastal public access. And you may be wondering to yourself, why are we doing this now? I want to recognize and acknowledge that there is a lot of things that is being thrust upon local governments right now in this moment, from the housing stuff to the FEMA buy-up, to, you know, all the different things that are happening. And so I just really want to acknowledge that we recognize there's a lot going on, and it's a lot for everyone to take on. So this rulemaking is about clarifying requirements, and the way that we are going to structure the rule is that it would not require any immediate work for local governments, like any comp plan updates or anything like that. So I just want to stress that this is not going to be an unfunded mandate for you all. And we hope that our rulemaking advisory committee will be very well represented by local government staff, and then we can get that perspective well integrated into these rules. So today I'll just talk a little bit about sort of the context of the rulemaking and about the requirement that's already within Goal 17, and then the timeline. So this is all probably fairly familiar to most of you, but for those who especially might be newer to Oregon or the Oregon coast, we do have some unique pieces of policy and framework in place that protects public access to coastal shorelines. One of those is the Beach Bill from 1967. And what that created was a recreational easement over the dry sands of the ocean shore beaches. We already had ownership, the state ownership over the wet sand beaches, but then the dry sand beaches got a recreational easement. So it's not ownership, it is an easement, which is why the Parks and Recreation Department does have permitting for other types of activities that are happening on the ocean shore that are outside of recreation. We also have our land use planning goals and the system of the 19 goals in place. Many of them do have some sort of provision around access to open space and recreational opportunities. And specifically, there is a requirement around protecting public access to coastal shorelands in Goal 17, the Coastal Shorelands Goal, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And then I wanted to highlight, if you don't know already, we do provide a decadal inventory of public access sites in Oregon's coastal zone. And you can see a screenshot of this inventory on the screen here. It does kind of go, it's beyond what's title is what I wanted to point out. So it is all of our shoreline access points and beyond the title shoreline. But for the purposes of Goal 17, the requirements are only for title areas. And like I said, we do that approximately every 10 years. So the most recent inventory was conducted in 2020, 2021 because of the pandemic. There was some difficulty with going out to different sites during that time. So it took place kind of more in 2021. And speaking of the pandemic, that was definitely a time period, which I'm sure I don't have to remind any of you, that put a lot of increased demand on coastal access sites in particular. Being outside was an activity that people were still able to do with others. And so it was something that we saw a lot more pressure on. And there was challenges with parking and trash and restrooms and all sorts of things like that that really put this demand pressure on access sites. And we know that there's also lots of other challenges with public access sites. There's just a general increased population and visitation, development pressure, erosion and other hazards, and the lack of resources to manage these access sites. There was also a challenge to recreational immunity a couple of years ago, which has since been resolved through the legislative sessions. And if you want more information about that, I'm happy to talk more about that another time. But again, just highlighting that there are some challenges around this topic. To that end, we did have a project that was focused specifically on coastal access for about 3 years. It started in January of 2022, and it was with federal funds that we got through NOAA, their Project of Special Merit program. And Claire, who's online with me, helped to lead that project. And we did a lot of different components with that, including a survey of public members where we had over 400 responses. There were 3 listening sessions that were completed. And Claire led a coastal access advisory team that was made up of different organizations and entities that helped to guide a couple of different policy frameworks and ideas. And one of the outcomes of the project, which hopefully many of you are familiar with to some extent, is a guidebook on public access for local government specifically. And it does include information on how to engage with tribes on this topic. And it also contains model policies for comprehensive plan updates around coastal public access. And all of these items sort of led us and helped prepare us for the current rulemaking effort that is initiating now. That group, the Coastal Access Advisory Team, did kind of come up with some concepts for rulemaking, and those are what helped to inform the draft rule, which will be reviewed and revised by a rulemaking advisory committee. So just a little bit of background and context on the regulatory framework in which we'll be working in this rulemaking. Goal 17, coastal shorelands, is one of our coastal goals. It is related to the lands that are adjacent to estuaries, coastal lakes, and the ocean shore. It's what I think of as our working waterfronts goal. It has a lot of different provisions in it, and some of them are around protecting riparian vegetation and wetlands, areas of aesthetic value, and thinking about shoreline stabilization. And then one of the provisions is public access to coastal waters. And this is the entirety of that requirement here on the screen. And I won't read it word for word, but it's about creating a public access program in coordination with the Parks and Recreation Department. And then it talks about public ownerships, rights of way, and similar public easements that have to be retained or replaced that provide access to the coastal shorelands. And then about rights of way in particular, that they cannot be vacated unless public access is retained across the site. And I would say that provision in particular about rights of way has been one of the ones that has come up a lot for local governments and created a lot of questions around what does this mean? What does this look like? And so that is one of the hopes with doing an implementation rule, is that it would help with that, with all these pieces, but that one in particular. There is no implementing rule for Goal 17 on this topic at the moment. There's only one implementing rule for the goal, and that is about water dependent zoning and a minimum acreage to protect for water dependent areas. But this, for public access, this would be the creation of a new rule. And I share this picture just, and this is, I'm sure, not surprising to any of you here, but there are a lot of road ends that act as public access to the shoreline. And so that just kind of, again, enumerates why this provision in particular is so important and why having an inventory and a map and things kind of spelled out in the comprehensive plan can be so important because it is obviously just such a big part of public access are these road ends. So in October, I took this topic to our Land Conservation Development Commission, and they voted to approve initiation of the rulemaking, as well as the interests to be represented on a rulemaking advisory committee and a charge for that rulemaking advisory committee. And this is a simplified version of that charge, but the charge is basically to provide some definitions to the provision of Goal 17, what are requirements and considerations for a coastal public access program, how to maintain and increase public access, more clarity on rights of way and public easements that provide access, coordination between local, state, and tribal entities, and considerations for equitable public access, protection of cultural and natural resources, and resilience to coastal hazards. Here is the list of the different interests that were approved for the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And as of today, I'm happy to say that every person that we sent a selection letter to for the Rulemaking Advisory Committee has accepted and confirmed their role on that committee and their attendance at the first meeting, which is December 17th from 1 to 4 p.m. And many of those, I think about 7 people on that committee are representative of local government interests, both city and county, and different roles within the city and county, including land use planning, but also public works, park infrastructure, and things like that. We also have several state agencies who are going to be involved in the rulemaking process as well. Particularly Parks and Recreation Department, as they're named specifically in the rule requirement or in the goal requirement, but also the Department of State Lands, as this public access is not just about the ocean shore, but also about any coastal shoreline. So that also means coastal lakes and the estuaries, the Oregon State Marine Board, the Department of Environmental Quality, particularly from an emergency response perspective, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Department of Transportation. So I talked about this timeline a little bit, but we have initiated the rulemaking. We've done our RAC recruitment and have the first meeting scheduled for December 17th. These meetings will be live streamed on DLCD's YouTube page, and then the recordings will be posted after the fact. Verbal comment will not be accepted at any RAC meetings, but written public comment is accepted at any time. And you can send that directly to me. We'll be talking about the draft rule language at our January meeting, which we haven't scheduled the specific date yet. It'll probably be sometime in mid-January. We hope to have sort of a public town hall question and answer session for local governments probably late February or early March when we start the official public comment period for the draft rules, and that's where we can answer questions and concerns once the rule is further drafted. We'll be bringing it to our commission in April for the public hearing. We'll also have a geographic hearing, likely in Newport, in person, to collect testimony, and that's a requirement of rules that only apply to a specific geographic location rather than the entire state. So we'll be doing that around the same time as our LCDC hearing. And then we'll be bringing it back to the commission in June for consideration for adoption. And then the rule, if it gets adopted, will become effective likely in September or sometime after that. And that is a question that will be considered with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. I think that's it. So we do have a rulemaking webpage on our website, and that's where all of the rulemakings are listed for our agency that are happening at any one time. And they're all like an accordion, so you can drop down to this one specifically, and there is a Gov Delivery notice that you can sign up for to stay informed about the Gov Delivery notice, or the rulemaking, I should say. I think that's it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
There may be a technical issue with the room's
Yeah.
microphones if we don't hear them online,
Yeah, I think there is a technical issue.
because we cannot hear anybody in the room.
It also looks like their camera went out.
So they'll be right back.
Any questions online while we're waiting?
I was just gonna say, Meg, thanks for giving that presentation. That helps me even internally. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. That's a pretty quick turnaround. Was it anticipated to be that way? Do you have things to, do you have things already lined up for what's going to be in there? Lisa is back, so I will stop talking.
Okay.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Oh, I know.
Oh, because.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, yes.
Can you still hear us?
Lisa, can you hear us? Okay. she can hear us.
Okay, so I'm reading the question on vacating access. Is there a definition of how to determine that access is not being affected if something is vacated? And I would say, no, there's not a definition to that. We've just been having to interpret that part over time. So like the way it's written in the goal is that you can vacate a right of way that provides access as long as access across the affected site is retained. So to me, that means that like maybe there's some sort of small development that could intrude on the right of way, but it still has to allow public access across that site. Okay, I can answer Cynthia's question too, if that helps. I didn't get to do that, but I just wanted to write or to respond to the timeline that it's a fast timeline, and that is true. It's probably not a super complex rulemaking like some of the other things we've done recently, like the climate friendly and equitable communities or middle housing rules and things like that, or even the solar siting rulemaking. Those did take a lot longer than what we consider the traditional 3 RAC meeting timeline. But part of it is kind of getting into the weeds of our funding system with the coastal management program. We have right now under our current 309 strategy, a strategy for public access. And we don't have one in the next 309 strategy, which starts July 1 of July 2026. And so the hope and goal is to get the rulemaking completed while we still have funding to support it, and a strategy to support the work. Because otherwise we don't really have a good amount of money. We don't really have extra money lying around for this work outside of that. We were supposed to do this rulemaking about a year ago, but my workload at the time was just too much that I couldn't take it on. So we did have to postpone it, and we don't do rulemakings during legislative sessions. So it just kind of, it narrows the windows of when we can do rulemaking, and we have a pretty prescribed process with our agency of how to do rulemaking. So I just wanted to flag that there are reasons why we're doing it in this timeline, and why it is somewhat constrained. So hopefully that helps provide some clarity. But thank you all, and I will turn it over to the next person.
Can you guys hear us on Zoom now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okie dokie. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Meg. Sorry about that, but we could hear you the whole time, and we heard all the things that you said about me, you guys, so you're gonna be in trouble. Okay, let's see. So appreciate all that. Now we have Jill, who's gonna talk to us about, is Jill here? Oh, okay. Jill is not going to talk to us at the moment. But Jill's gonna come up and talk to us about a process that she thinks could provide real value maybe even across the region, let alone within a county. So we'll just give her a second to get back. And then we'll end with Jevra. We will scrap the coastal resilience piece. It was really just to bring everybody up to speed on the fact that the workshops took place and that they were well attended. They went very well, and you'll be seeing follow-ups to the outcomes that came out of that meeting. So just be on the lookout. Yeah.
As part of that follow-up, we'll be sending out some really helpful resources, share work, useful websites, some interesting articles, and some other resources. So keep an eye out for that after this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Rhiannon. Okay. I know, right? Well, if you stand back there, they can, your back's not going to be to anybody, but does that feel weird? I'm also fine if you're up here because you can kind of look at both. That's kind of what you depend on. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
So Amanda's trying to get you some handouts here, and then I will send those for people online later. Yeah. Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So I don't know how many of you administer the building program, but they have a building evaluation support agreement program. And basically what that is they have a contract where you sign with them, and then any jurisdiction that signs up for this, you can provide building services for, and then you bill out quarterly for it. And the point of this is to help share resources. And so I thought this was a great idea for building, so I wanted to bring it to the planning group as well, because I think that we live in a time where resources are kind of unknown. And sometimes we have vacancies that we can't fill. We need specialties that maybe we just need for, one project. And that way, if we could have a state agency, DLCD, take that lead just like the Building Codes Division does for the building side, then we could sign on to these agreements and that would provide us that resource. I mean, I think we've all, as small jurisdictions, been in a situation where people have vacated and, left us in a kind of a lurch. And with housing and timelines and stuff, it makes it very difficult to do our jobs, get the land use decisions out like we need to get out. And this is just another way of doing that. It's the sharing of resources. And it also provides you a pretty big
with get overloaded.
Yes.
And it's not a satisfactory alternative.
Yes. And I will also say for coastal planners, I have seen firms come in and not really understand coastal planning. And so the product you get isn't the product that you actually need. So now you've paid for a consultant, they don't understand, and you're having to backtrack and rework that. And I think this could be expanded even like if DLCD even needed a local planner to do some work or something. And it's also just a good way to have some funding available, some other funding options. So let's say your jurisdiction only can afford to pay a person 75% of the time, but you need to retain that full-time person. And so if you're in that pool and you could try to reach out to some of these other jurisdictions, like you heard Gail earlier today say, hey, we're out for contract. This makes planners available is basically what it does. I was in a situation where, as I said, I took on 4 new people. And what happened was last year, Coos County's budget And we're a dedicated fund, so we didn't really get hit by this, but the general fund got hit. They were $1 million short. They had to figure out what layoffs they were going to do. And I happened to have 2 positions open. So I stepped up in a meeting and said, hey, instead of me hiring for new positions, I'm willing to take somebody that's about to get laid off and retrain them if they're amenable to do it. So Giovanna is how she came to us. She was working in the assessor's office. She got laid off. So she came to us and said, hey, you stood up and said you'd take me, here I am. And then I took Hunter from the jail. And I know this sounds really weird. I have a story for that later too. How people, when they come to you at the counter, they're not always the most forthcoming. And he would have thought he would have experienced that working in the jail, but he said it's worse in the planning department than it is anywhere else. So, I just feel like we have to do a better job of sharing what resources we have. So that's why I'm bringing this to you guys. I'm sending it out. I'm asking, in the building side of it, if you do plan review, you have 2 options. It's either 90% of the fee for the plan review that you get to recoup. The other jurisdiction keeps 10% for administering and sending the permit out. Or you can do it by an hourly rate, and they have an hourly rate of $85 an hour. And so when you sign on to this, you're saying first, you're taking in the money, you have the money. When the other person signs, they say, hey, we have this service available. But it's not like they're going to dump the service on you when you don't have time to do it. They reach out to the jurisdictions that have the time to do it. So that's the coordinating part from DLCD is to put the contract language together and then make the website available. They have a website on BCD. You go and you can see who's participating in this, and you can reach out to that jurisdiction before you actually engage their services. So, question?
Is it a contract project by project? Is it a contract just?
And I'll give you the
Okay.
contract.
Okay.
I have a copy of my contract that I was just going to give you so you guys could see and base it off that.
I was just curious, so, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Get that. So you, for example, you're short staffed, say you don't have all these folks and you're like, oh, I just really need someone to process. You would make sure that they had what you were looking for. And then you would sign this agreement, and then it would be there let's say indefinitely, so.
Until you remove yourself, yeah. And so I guess, let me back up. So when you say project by project, yes. So like a conditional use comes in and I need the extra help with it, or a type 2 application comes in, I need the extra help with it. So I would reach out to that jurisdiction on the list and say, hey, do you have time to do this? Do you have time to process this? And if they said yes, I would provide that information to them. And then you track your, the jurisdiction that's doing the review says, I spent X amount of time on this, or it could be a flat fee. It depends on whatever you're comfortable doing. And then at the end of the quarter, you bill that jurisdiction out. And they have it set up so any work you do from January to March, you would bill out the 1st of April. And so your obligation in this is to say, I have funding for this, and the funding terms are delineated in the actual agreement that says this is what you can charge.
And you'd be looking regional, so it's not just.
Yes.
in Coos County, for example.
Yes. Yeah. And so City of Coos Bay and I have had more of a conversation around this, just because we both have experienced some turnovers and we both have similar policies, and we thought about just doing an intergovernmental agreement, but then I was like, well, why can't we apply this more broadly and look at it more holistically?
And it's BCB?
BCD.
building. Yeah.
But Jill, your point is like you took the model, which BCD,
Yep.
because it was ironic, just in the last week or two, as you know, you were part of a little
Yeah.
email exchange with Gail from
Yep.
Clatsop saying, hey, I'm short building officials, folks, can anybody help or any ideas? And then there was a whole bunch of you that knew that about
Yes.
the BESA program, threw that in her lap. And it's ironic because today she's ready to do that on the planning side. So I would think that you can do it, rather than wait for this whole program to evolve, if people can do IGAs with each other or MOUs and.
You can. This just, rather than to do individual agreements, this provides you sign one agreement and then you're eligible to access the resources of everybody else that's assigned that agreement. So your state agency becomes the holder of the agreement is what it is.
Like DCB.
Yep. I think I saw a question back. Did you have a question?
Sure, Mike up. Oh, sorry, thank you. I guess my question would be, I think most of us in this room are very excited about this, but what's the incentive for those that like the city of Eugene or those that do have excess staff? Is it just this payment that they would get?
Yes.
Okay.
So it gives them a better ability to retain staff if they can provide full-time employment to them. I've lived through a couple different recession times. And especially in the 2008 recession when we lost a lot of planners, and that was very hard to come back from. And then I would say even during COVID, you saw a lot of people go away. I'm seeing more people that are from the education, coming into land use, which is exciting because education's my background. I love education, but they're looking for a change and you're seeing more people come here. So it's the market, right? Whatever, and sometimes working for government can be a burnout job. So we go through a lot of different planners, builders, inspectors. Yeah, no, that's why they're coming here. Come on, we're very welcoming and loving.
We have a question.
Okay.
Been online, Cynthia.
Hey, thanks, Jill. I just wanted to make a comment. As some of you know, I went around to a lot of the local communities and talked to you about not only enforceable policies when it comes to offshore wind, but also your capacity. And one of the first things that people suggested was a shared staff to help with capacity. And I think this just takes it to the next level. And I really appreciate you bringing that up. And it's something that I'll probably put in our capacity assessment for the offshore wind roadmap. So thanks. And I look forward to seeing additional information about that. So thanks to Gail and Jill for both bringing that up.
You're welcome.
I guess I'm seeing the application in terms of building permits and building review, since that's the more statewide code. For those of us who've taken 4 years to understand the zoning code in Lincoln City, I'm not seeing that application as successful, but I'm wondering about actually special projects,
right?
Like a comp plan update or a TSP or something like that, where some of those more universal skills of community outreach, public information,
exactly
kinds of things would make it more successful.
And honestly, that's where I had started with it, was bigger projects. So like our transportation system plan really needs to be updated. It's pretty outdated, but I just don't have the resources to do it, or a staff that is trained proficiently in long range planning to be able to do those plan updates. So that's where I would reach out and say, do you have anybody that, is in this long range? And I will tell you, long range planners are even more hard they're harder to come by than, just everyday planners. And I don't want to say every day, that's really not what I mean, but you know what I mean? Yeah. At the counter planners, the people that are in so that's really what you're looking for, is you're looking for more of the project type planners. But I wanted to leave it open so that if you did in the short term, I mean, you could even have, technically, you could even do this if you needed counter help, right? I'm in a pinch. Can anybody spare a planner to come? And maybe you have somebody. So maybe Florence would drive to Lane County and help out, or, whatever. But I'm just saying, or you would help with Dune City, or Dune City would help with you. It's just to have that ability to fill those gaps. Yeah, so I need DLCD to be my agency to help set the program up. I think I need an overarching agency that can set it up.
I think that that's a true statement. So do you think that the coast is slightly different in that so many of the jurisdictions really do only have one planner? And so so they're the ones looking for the capacity, which often sits at the county. But I don't know that the county would necessarily get, in this case, the same kind of return, or do you?
I think you could still. So, as a county, as a coastal county, again, as that transportation system plan, all jurisdictions, well, I shouldn't say all, but bigger jurisdictions should have a transportation planner that would be available, that maybe, they could come and help out, or they could work on that comp plan amendment for you. So I think that you would get benefit from both. And maybe not just the practical everyday application, but definitely the more the comprehensive plan updates.
Questions or thoughts? Is it kind of a head nod in concept? It's maybe the devil's in the details, but did you have a question?
I just have a comment. In my experience on the South Coast, some smaller cities that have turnovers and needing and have had contracted with LCOG for services, and they've said that having that arm's length sometimes is nice for small communities that are very controversial. And then you can say, oh, it's not our local staff doing it; it's another LCOG or something doing it. Sometimes it's more accepted by the public of the outcome, just because.
So I've seen that happen both ways. I will tell you, City of Coos Bay was not happy with an LCOG product. And, it was like, why are you coming here and telling us what to do? So it could happen both ways. And it really does depend on the person that, that you work with.
Well, I can take it back and we can have a conversation and expect to get pulled into it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. It's interesting what Wade just said is important, because like the city of Toledo in Lincoln County, right? They wanted us forever to provide planning services contractually. And we just haven't had the bandwidth to do that. And back in the day, especially when things got tight before my time, we were dying to try to have some of our people be in these other jurisdictions to help float our boat.
Right.
And it's like, that's the very synergies you're talking about.
It is. And, there's some speculation that there might be a housing crisis in the near future. Not a housing crisis, but a recession in the near future. And I don't want to lose any more planners. So.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa, if you can just take it back and talk about, and maybe create the white paper like this, and if it doesn't take a huge investment on the part of DLCD to try to stand something up, then we'll see if, whether we all take advantage of it, right? I mean, You know, that, I mean, that, to me, that's the kind of thinking I would have if I was in your shoes, Lisa, would be like, all right, what's it going to take for us to do this? And we create the platform, but people have to come play on it. And I think the circumstances are going to drive the
Yes,
needs.
they are. They
'Cause it's like
definitely are.
not having enough business to having too much business, or those are the two drivers.
Yep. Yes, I agree with that. I mean, I would personally like also to take this to onsite too, as somebody who just took an onsite program.
Yeah.
Curry County begs for me to take programs, and I'm like, only because I don't have enough staff to fully be in capacity right now. So, but I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, and I would love to help my other jurisdictions, but it's just, there's only so much to go around. So, but maybe I could pair them with somebody else that could help them and say, hey, you know, Lincoln County has somebody that, you know, they're only using half time. You can contract with them. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Jill, for bringing this to us.
Follow that, Jabra.
And Jevra Mandy will be pulling up your PowerPoint.
Segue into this, Jill. Thank you very much. Are you doing my slides? Thanks, Brett.
Mandy,
Slides.
okay,
Jevra.
if Jevra can just say next. then.
Yep.
I will. That's
Okay.
what I was gonna ask.
Can you guys
and
see it? Okay.
We can't
Yes.
hear,
Okay.
and I hope people can hear me.
We hear ya.
I wasn't talking to you yet, but I think I can. That's such a good point. I'm the one that's hard of hearing and is usually telling people that. So I believe for those of you online that Mandy will be providing the PDF of this presentation to you. There's a lot of hot links in it, so you won't have to just search for things. Next slide, please. Let me know if you can't hear me. This is what I'm going to talk about, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because we want to get out of here just like you do. So next slide. So the statewide wetland inventory, was directed to DSL by the legislature in 1989, Senate Bill 3, the Wetland Conservation Act. And so we were told that the inventories initially will be based on the National Wetlands Inventory. And then we had to develop by rule a uniform wetland delineation that became the delineation rules, and comprehensive mapping of wetlands that became the local wetlands inventories. And we needed to revise the SWI when new data was available and provide it to local jurisdictions. Some of you have been around long enough to remember when DSL was the distributor of the National Wetlands Inventory, and it came in a 1 to 24,000 quad. Sometimes it was, well, we had it in Mylar, because remember those old NWIs were rapidograph pens on Mylar placed over USGS maps. So we are still working with that mapping, but you at the coast, and I think because of the coastal program, are the most fortunate in Oregon because you have the newest NWI mapping in Oregon between sea level and 100 feet. But I digress.
It also, so statute also outlines the requirement for inventory and assessment of wetland functions and values. And that's what you're doing for goal 5 compliance with the local wetlands inventory. Next slide, please. So you might have noticed that June of this year, all of a sudden the statewide wetlands inventory looked different. And then in September, it looked like this. It's a total mess. So in that same period of, well, we started working on this update in 2023. In that same time period, we were updating from ArcMap to ArcPro and updating Esri WebMap platforms. It did not go well. And which is why it did not get published. The 2023 update did not get published until June of 2025. And then things went wrong with our like Esri permissions, and I don't even know what all, because I'm not on that end of things. And it is what it is right now. We will get it fixed as soon as we have capacity to do so. Just, it is what it is for now. I apologize. So what are the main uses? Why do we have an SWI? Well, of course, it's for planning, like comprehensive planning. It's also for project planning for the public, for do you want to buy this land or not? But specifically and mostly and in statute, it's for wetland land use notices. That's between the local governments and Department of State Lands. So when you get an application in, whenever you just deem it complete, within 5 days, you send us a wetland land use notice. And within 30 days, and that's all in statute, we have to give you a response. And it's whether that project is going to need permitting with GSL or not. I'm not going to talk a lot about that now. It is on our website on the assistance for governments portion of our website. If you have any questions, I'm so glad that there are a lot of new people here. If you have any questions, please contact me. And next slide. So these are the state layers that are on the SWI in addition to the national layers that I'll be talking about next. So essential salmonid habitat, state scenic waters. Okay, if you don't read the slide, why do we have those two on the statewide wetlands inventory? DSL permitting volume threshold drops to 0. Any removal and fill within these areas and hydrologically connected wetlands drops to 0. Anything needs a permit except for an agricultural exemption to a certain extent. And then the new thing that was added in June was all the local wetlands inventory statewide. Next slide. So the yellow things are the hot links, and you can see more about that topic there. So when we get the GIS in for local wetlands inventories, so we review those inventories and approve them, and then the local government adopts it with their protection program for the significant wetlands. And we have, sorry, let me back up. Everything listed on this slide is part of that GIS package that we get in our door to review. But we only put on the statewide wetlands inventory, the top part. If you want to pull in the GIS as a service from DSL to get all of these, all of the SWI layers, go to this document using the SWI web map tools and dataset directions. At the end of that document are those dataset directions that will give you directions how to bring that GIS into your office if you have GIS capabilities. We also, on the inventories page, have the full data sets. So obviously this only pertains for people who have LWIs, and they probably already have the data sets, but you can get the full data sets just downloading from our website. And then if you want to know more about what's in the data and how the data is structured, you can look at the GIS data description, and that's a hot link. Next slide. Okay, the national layers in the statewide wetlands inventory, of course, is and always will be the National Wetlands Inventory. And of course, we did start with that, but we realized that the National Wetlands Inventory, as I explained earlier, is not very accurate. It's very old. We needed to add some updated layers and some more layers. So that's why we added the state layers, but we also added these two national layers. So the National Hydrography Data Set is USGS mapping, again, still at that 1 to 24,000 quad map scale, but of waters specifically. So National Wetlands Inventory is mainly wetlands. It has some waters. NHD is all waters. It's they are no longer updating it because they're creating a new data set, but it shouldn't be done for Oregon for another 4. And with what's going on federally, it might be longer than that before they complete that data set. But we will update as it becomes available. We specifically added some certain soil subsets because we needed a flag for you guys to be able to say, you know, there's a strong possibility that there are unmapped wetlands in this area. So this is specifically for the wetland land use notice. And it's just a flag saying, hey, send us a notice because there might be something here that's not on the NWI. Those are the names of the 2 subsets. Predominantly hydric soil map units is the one that you all are going to be dealing with. That's anything with, I suddenly lost the word. No, that's not where I'm going, Anna, but thanks. I know, and I need it. So map units in the data set have a percentage of that map unit as a aerial coverage of hydric components. So soils that have certain characteristics that make them hold on to soil longer. So they're hydric. So any map unit that is 50% or more or greater hydric components is what makes up that map unit. The other map unit, the Agate Winlow, is highly associated with vernal pools, aquatic resources, special concern. It's in Jackson County. You guys don't have to worry about it. So NRCS updates their Surgo and StatsGo about September annually. They did that this year, and then the shutdown came, and they haven't updated the new layer, which, next slide, please. So just before we published the update of the SWI, NRCS released a brand new combined soil data set called GNATSCO. They're in the process of adding a raster data set Everything else is vector. That's all I know about that stuff. But they also, and this is on the new, our updated SWI, they added more than 6 million acres of previously unmapped areas in Oregon, including, again, you guys don't care about Wheeler County, but this was a big deal for Wheeler County. They never had soil mapping until June, September 2025. So that was a big deal for them. They will be updating GNATSCO. They're hoping, well, this month. Because we have very limited GIS capacity right now. I don't know when the next update of the SWI is. I try very hard to get it done December 1st annually. We will be getting some new GIS people, so there is light at the end of the tunnel. And the easiest way I have right now to get the word out to you that, hey, we updated the SWI, is through Oregon Planners Network. I know not everyone is on it, but it is the easiest way for me to get the word out to you. I'm trying to work with our comms people for some other thing. What else do I need to tell you about this? I think I'll leave it there and see if there's any questions. Oh.
Now I can shock people. I can shock people by saying I was on the Senate Bill 3 working group. As a young man, just came out of law school, working in the Oregon legislature. And that's what steered me into being one of the pioneers of the whole wetland thing. And the true irony is the driver for Senate Bill 3 was we were going to get away from these one-off wetland fill permits, and we're going to look at our whole community, and we're going to figure out in advance what's going to get filled and what's going to get restored. It was so hopelessly ambitious, right? But I had no idea at the time. I mean, it's just one of the 10 of us that pulled Senate Bill 3 together. It's so interesting to see what stuck on that. And my final practitioner's comment is, I don't know of anything in our office that's more subject to interpretation, and you're going to get a different answer based on who's trying to figure out the wetland notification stuff. And so, and yes, that you've got such crappy stuff to work with. The biggest thing that's missing there from a practitioner's perspective is I've been using the FEMA maps as proxies for wetlands because they're based on LIDAR. And oh boy, talk about looking at something at work and then going in the field and seeing and knowing that those elevation breaks, that's where the wetland's going to be. But again, the information we have to work with, the scale is insane. It's not really accurate. And each person applying it is very often will have a different result. But I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's the realities of trying to work with that. So any improvement would be better. And I'm glad to see we're not trying to solve all the world's problems with Senate Bill 3 anymore, right? Because that was hopelessly unrealistic that you were going to have all of these conversations about these big conflicts in advance. But we thought we were going to do that. But that part stayed. Thank you for letting me go down memory lane.
No, thank
Not
you.
every day you got somebody who was on the Senate Bill 3. I haven't even heard the word Senate Bill 3 in probably 2 or 3 decades. Just something rambling around in my mind.
Well, thank you for
Worth the
Senate
trip.
Bill 3. So a couple things. If you don't have an LWI, then the mapping that you are going to use is the rest of those layers. And that's why we added the hydric soils with the soil subsets. But you gave me pause so I could remember. Also, okay, 2 more things. If you guys know that's, or highly suspect that this area is wetland and it's not on the map, you're welcome to send in a wetland land use notice. We will appreciate it and totally accept it. But all you're required to do is whatever's on the map. But we welcome all comers, I guess I'll say. The other thing I wanted to say is I was talking to a planner who might still be on internet. I won't call her out. And she said, hey, you know, it would be really great if NRCS had trainings for how to use the web soil survey. And I don't know how many of you use the web soil survey, but like a week later, another planner asked me the same thing. The web soil survey. And oh, let me oh. Yeah. And I called up the person that I talked to a lot at NRCS and said, hey, do you guys have any trainings? I had a person who asked, and they were like, oh, well, I'm the training coordinator. I would love to do a training for planners. And I was like, okay, well, let's find out. So this is what I'm putting out to you guys, all of you. If you use the web soil survey and want training, we want to know, how do you use it? What are your questions that you're trying to answer? And I have volunteered to be the funnel for all of your questions to get it to NRCS, so that they can try and get together a training if that's what you really want. And I forgot the other part that I was going to say.
No-brainer times that we use the soil maps is when, if someone's trying to claim that they, on an agricultural piece, that they have a lot of record because they've owned it for decades, but we have to determine soil types. And we have the soil, the NRCS soils map for Lincoln County on our GIS system.
Yeah.
So in moments, we can pull it up and we can read the puzzle pieces, you know, that's how the soil map works. And quickly we can basically aerial figure out, are they 50 cent or below of class 2 soils or not? And either say, yeah, you got a chance or not to be able to apply for a lot of record dwelling on an agricultural piece.
So, okay, that's one thing. Anybody who has questions, email me so I can send them to her. 2 things. Yep. Yeah.
It's more of a comment to dovetail on your training request that you had, because I had a very similar training request from a different angle. I had a grant coordinator ask whether we provide trainings for planners or other developers, things like that, for our Compass tool. And our Compass tool also just got a update. So I have to ask the person that did that on whether we're doing that sort of thing. But I also was going to be talking to Sabra about whether that was maybe a potential option to do in her training that she was mentioning earlier, and kind of lump it all together if there's interest. So as I kind of mentioned, at least for our Compass tool, I often use that when I have developers that are asking for a consultation on their potential project. But the other side of that is it's also a useful tool for entities that are going to be applying to grants that might require some sort of like quick environmental assessment of their project area, of like what potential species might be in the area, or other, I think we actually have wetlands and other sensitive habitats that it's related to our conservation strategy, the state's conservation strategy, but it looks way different right now. So I think a training would be helpful.
And I would really like a training on it. It's a great resource, and I would love to see more people using it. Wendy, did you still have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple, so I didn't quite. My question is well, I've got several questions. The wetland information that has been updated, is it just on the information that's on it? Is it from our LWIs exclusively, or did you guys incorporate mitigation, wetlands that are now gone? They may have been on my LWI in 2013, but now they're gone because they got to fill them.
Okay, good question. Wendy's question was if the LWI information on the statewide wetlands inventory is just from the LWIs itself, or is it augmented by subsequent information? It is just the actual data set that we got from you, or from the LWI when it was approved. Of course, about half of our LWIs did not have a digital data set. So in 2019, we got an EPA grant to digitize those and standardized all the LWIs to the structure that is described in the GIS data description. So we digitized them. When you had your new LWI, you would have given us a GIS data set. Well, your consultant did a GIS data set for you, and we would have just standardized the structure. So everything had the attributes and the named layers and everything. So we just took your geometry and made sure that all the attributes were to the standard that we now have in the data description.
So assuming that, so then this leads to another question. So assuming that Florence doesn't have its data sets for the wetlands, can we have LCOG reach out to you and acquire that data set?
You can get
the actual GI.
Yeah, you can get it right off of our
download the
website.
layers, okay.
You can download it from our website.
Okay, they're working on building an interactive
Oh,
map
okay.
for us, a one-stop shop on our City of Florence website that will, so property owners or potential property owners can pull everything up.
So, and you can, so if you go to well, talk to me and I'll tell you exactly. Just go to the inventories page, scroll down to the LWI table. And so your full data set is going to be under Florence. You can just download it from there.
Okay, thank you.
But that was only the first half of your question. The second half is what about updating items?
Yeah.
Approved delineations in the LWI rule. Approved delineations because they're much more accurate, obviously. They supersede the LWI mapping. So in the old days, when everything was in paper, we used to go in and draw on our LWI maps and say, yeah, WD blah, blah, blah is here. What we should be doing and what cities that have enough money are doing is creating a separate geospatial data set of all the delineations. What we are doing under successive EPA grants, but they're not complete yet. One is creating a data set for all of our compensatory mitigation sites. And the other, and it's not complete and we've run out of that grant money. The one that we're working on right now is building a data set of all, but it won't be all, it'll be all recent since 2017 at least, determination and delineation study areas. So you'll be able to go to the SWI, click on the polygon of the study area, and get a copy of the agency decision for that document. So you'll be able to see, okay, this was the decision, this is where it mapped wetlands and waters. But I won't go on to the details of that decision, but that's what we're working on right now.
So I'm not a GIS person. I won't purport to
Neither am
knowing
I.
when I'm even looking at information, when I'm looking at DSL's response back, does the applicant submit geospatial data set to DSL with their application? Or
Not with the
with their
application, with the
delineation?
delineation, and that just started this year. And we're just starting to get GIS data sets in. So now we are getting GIS in, and that is public record. So you will be able to acquire the GIS for delineations.
Okay.
We're just starting to get that, so. Okay, yes.
Yeah, so we're running a little bit over.
Yeah, sorry.
But no, that wasn't why I started. I was just letting people know we're running a little bit over. I just wanted to ask you if you might be able to let the group know about the rulemaking that's going on around local wetland inventories and urban growth boundaries? Since you sit on that committee, or is it, would you rather we talk about it? I just didn't want to take it away from you.
I think I would like you to talk about
Okay.
it since.
Well,
it's
then that
your-
means I'm gonna ask Meg to talk about it. Hey, Meg, are you still there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll do my best. Amanda Punton and Kevin Young are leading this effort for DLCD, and some of you may know about it, but basically the rulemaking effort is to allow an opportunity for urban growth boundary expansions to move forward even without an approved DSL local wetland inventory, which is now required before that urban growth boundary expansion can occur. But that process is taking a long time. And so the sort of fail safe, I guess you would call it, would be that the wetlands would just be all full protected until that local wetland inventory was approved. And so it'd be an opportunity to allow the process to move a little faster while also protecting the wetland resources. I think that's the gist of it. I don't know, Jebra, if you want to clarify anything I just said.
I can maybe say it in a different way.
Yeah.
In order to allow time for the local wetlands inventory to go through review and adoption, and allow development to occur. Development could occur with a delineation or a determination of upland to show that you're only working in uplands. So that would include like access, everything. Because obviously if you're working in upland, theoretically, that would protect the wetlands.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
You, Meg. My mic was off. So this brings us to the end of the meeting. I just really want to thank everybody for being here. We've got some things that we'll be doing after this. We'll send out a link to the video. We'll send out the PowerPoint presentations that were provided today. I'm going to talk to leadership about the possibility of looking regionally around land use. We'd probably might use coast as a pilot kind of idea. And do we have any more take homes on our end from you all? That sound about right? Okay, and so next time we meet will be sometime around April, May-ish. I'm not sure things will look much less bleak on our end, so that might be when we do it virtually. But we do want to do these and we want to make that commitment to everybody. When we do them virtually, they tend to be a little bit shorter because, well, it's hard to sit in front of a computer for so long. So we appreciate everybody who stuck with us today. But I also just want one more time to thank Wendy and the city of Florence for giving us this venue and allowing us to hold the meeting today. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you online. Thank you to all DLCD staff. Thank you to everybody here, and we will talk to you soon.